Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The icy winds blew through the golden halls of Asgard, carrying with them the echo of hammers and chisels that rang through the divine city. The giant builder, whose name few dared to utter, was working tirelessly to build the walls that would protect the kingdom of the gods. His muscles strained under the northern sun, while his mighty horse, Svadilfari, dragged blocks of stone bigger than houses with the strength of 10 ordinary horses. Odin, the father of all, watched the progress of the construction of his golden throne, his features marked by the concern he shared only with his ravens, Hugin and Munin. The agreement made with the giant was looking more and more like a trap. If the walls were completed within one lunar cycle, the price would be the radiant Freya, the sun and the moon, a price too high for the protection of Asgard. In the great hall of Valaskjalf, the gods were meeting in urgent council. Thor, with his hair as flaming as fire, and his disposition even more fiery, proposed smashing the giant with his hammer Mjolnir. Tyr, the god of justice, argued about the sanctity of agreements, even those made with giants. Freya, whose fate was at stake, kept a dignified silence, although her eyes shone with restrained fury. Amid the chaos of the discussions, Loki observed everything with his piercing green eyes. The god of mischief, known as much for creating problems as for solving them, was already beginning to weave a plan in his mind that could save Asgard, albeit by unconventional means. "It was your silver tongue that got us into this mess, Loki," thundered Thor, pointing an accusing finger at the trickster god. "The giant would never have proposed such a deal if you hadn't encouraged him." Loki smiled, a smile that could have meant both amusement and danger. "And it will be by my cunning that we will get out of it, my impetuous friend," he replied, standing up with the grace of a cat. "I've watched the giant at work. His strength is extraordinary. Yes, but it is Svadilfari who does most of the work. Without his horse, the giant will never complete the walls in time." The plan that was beginning to form in Loki's mind was audacious, even by his standards. Known for his ability to change shape, he had transformed himself into various beings before, from a salmon to a fly. But what he planned now was different, more risky, more intimate. While the other gods debated, Loki crept out of the hall, his footsteps silent as shadows in the twilight. From the top of a hill, he watched the giant and his horse at work. Svadilfari was truly an impressive sight, black as the deepest night, with muscles that rippled under his shiny fur, and eyes that seemed to contain the fire of the 9 worlds. The moon was already high in the sky when Loki began his transformation. His limbs lengthened and changed. His body was covered in hair, as clear as moonlight, and where the god of mischief once stood, now stood a mare of extraordinary beauty. Even in this form, her green eyes retained that characteristic glint of intelligence and mischief. In the valley below, Svadilfari raised his head, his nostrils widening as he caught a new scent in the air. The giant builder, sensing his companion's distraction, shouted orders and pulled harder on the reins. But it was too late. The powerful horse had already picked up the seductive call coming from the hills. The mare, Loki, moved with calculated grace between the trees, leaving only glimpses of her form to pique the stallion's curiosity. It was a dangerous game he played, but Loki had always been a master of dancing on the fine line between triumph and disaster. The sound of Svadilfari's hooves, thundering against the ground, rang out like thunder as he broke free of the reins and galloped off in pursuit of the mysterious mare. The giant builder roared with rage, his imprecations echoing through the valleys of Asgard, but not even his sheer strength could stop a horse determined to follow his instinct. Through ancient forests and verdant fields, the chase was on. Loki, in his equine form, discovered that there was something intoxicating about the speed, strength, and freedom of this form. The wind in his mane, the power in his muscles, the primitive connection with the earth beneath his hooves. Everything was new and surprisingly exciting. But as Svadilfari approached, a disturbing thought began to form in Loki's mind. His plan had been simply to distract the horse, to keep it away from the work on the walls long enough for the giant's deadline to expire. However, as he felt the presence of the mighty stallion drawing ever closer, Loki realized that perhaps he had underestimated the consequences of his transformation. The sun was beginning to rise over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. When Loki finally allowed Svadilfari to catch up with him in a distant clearing, what happened next would be something the god of mischief would never openly discuss. Although the consequences of his encounter with the stallion would soon become apparent to all 9 worlds. In the weeks that followed, while the giant builder failed to complete the walls without his precious horse, Loki remained absent from Asgard. Some claimed to have seen him wandering the distant countryside. Others swore that he had left for other realms. The truth, as was always the case with Loki, was more complex and surprising than anyone could have imagined. When Loki finally returned to Asgard, he was no longer the same. His walk, normally graceful and confident, seemed heavier, more cautious. The gods noticed the change in his countenance, but few dared to question his prolonged absence. Only Odin, with his ancient wisdom, watched his adopted son with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The giant builder had left in a rage after failing to meet the deadline, leaving the walls of Asgard unfinished, but still impressive. Thor boasted of having expelled the intruder with his mighty Mjolnir, while Freya, relieved that her fate had been changed, returned to her routine of charms and beauty. Life in Asgard seemed to be returning to normal, but for Loki, nothing would ever be normal again. The changes in his body, which had begun during his transformation into a mare, continued in a subtle but inexorable way. On silent nights, alone in his chambers, he felt life growing inside him, an unexpected consequence of his encounter with Svadilfari. "You carry a heavy burden," said Frigg one morning, meeting Loki in the gardens of Asgard. Odin's wife, known for her ability to see the future but rarely reveal it, looked with compassion at the god of mischief. But out of chaos sometimes comes the purest wonder. Loki didn't answer immediately, his hands unconsciously resting on his slightly enlarged belly. Wonder or monstrosity, my queen? The 9 worlds already call me many names. What new epithets will I earn after this? The months passed like mist over the mountains of Asgard. Loki gradually isolated himself, avoiding the great halls and the endless feasts of the gods. He found refuge in the depths of the ironwood forest, where the ancient trees held secrets even older than the gods themselves. It was there, among the rustling of leaves and the singing of eternal birds, that Loki began to accept his unique situation. His previous transformations had been temporary, games or strategies to achieve his goals. But this transformation was creating life. It was changing not only his form, but his very essence. On her solitary walks, she sometimes met the Norns, the weavers of fate, who seemed especially interested in her state. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld wove their golden threads with enigmatic smiles, as if they knew exactly what role this unborn child would play in the future of the 9 worlds. Fate has curious ways, murmured Urd one day, his ancient fingers gliding over the threads of time. From your mischief, Loki, will be born a key to the future of Asgard. Verdandi, always focused on the present, added, the pain of creation is universal, even for a god. But you will find that some pains bring with them the greatest blessings. Skuld, the youngest and most mysterious of the sisters, only smiled, her eyes fixed on a future that only she could see. As her pregnancy progressed, Loki discovered that her powers of transformation were temporarily limited. It was as if his body knew that any change now could affect the creature growing inside. This forced vulnerability made him more contemplative, more aware of the delicate web of consequences his actions wove. Odin visited him occasionally, bringing with him not judgment, but a silent understanding. The father of all knew well the price of knowledge and power. Hadn't he himself hung from the Yggdrasil tree for 9 days and nights, sacrificing an eye for wisdom? Perhaps, he thought, Loki's journey was another kind of sacrifice, another path to deep and transformative knowledge. The paths of destiny are rarely straight, said Odin during one of these visits, sharing mead with Loki under the starry sky. Sometimes it's in the most unexpected turns that we find our greatest gifts. Loki sipped his mead, his green eyes reflecting the stars above. And sometimes, Father of men, our greatest mischief leads to our most serious moments. His voice carried a new depth, a wisdom born not of books or magic, but of the unique experience he was living. In the solitude of the forest, Loki began to dream of his unborn child. Visions of a magnificent steed, faster than the wind and stronger than the storm, danced in his mind. 8 legs, he saw, moving in perfect harmony, a being unique in all 9 worlds, able to cross the borders between the realms as if they were mere curtains of mist. The changing seasons brought with them new transformations. Loki's belly grew, and with it, so did his powers, albeit in a different way. If before he had been a master at changing his own form, now he felt a deeper connection with the primordial forces of creation. It was as if, by generating life, he had touched something more fundamental than his usual illusion magics. As winter approached, the ironwood forest became quieter, covered in a white cloak that seemed to dampen even the footsteps of the gods. Loki, now in his last days of pregnancy, felt the moment approaching. The movements inside him were becoming more intense, as if his child was eager to get to know the nine worlds. One morning, while the snow was gently falling, Loki felt the first contractions. The god of mischief, who had already faced giants and monsters without blinking an eye, discovered that this was a battle unlike any other. Frigg, who had foreseen this moment, appeared as if by magic at his side, bringing with him ancient spells of healing and comfort. Breathe, child of many forms, she whispered, her gentle hands guiding Loki through the waves of pain. Each birth is a story being written into the fabric of the universe. The hours dragged on like years. The sky went from dawn to dusk as Loki wrestled with the primordial forces of creation. The trees of ironwood seemed to bend towards the clearing where he stood, as if to witness the birth of this unique creature. Odin arrived silently, his ravens Hugin and Munin perched on nearby branches, their bright eyes watching intently. The father of all stood at a respectful distance, but his presence brought a sense of solemnity to the moment. When the little foal finally emerged into the world, it wasn't with a cry, but with a neigh that echoed through the nine worlds. Its 8 legs, still shaky and insecure, were trying to find their balance in the fresh snow. His fur was the color of the darkest night, like his father Svadilfari's, but his eyes were green and bright like Loki's. Sleipnir, murmured Loki, watching his son try to stand up for the first time. The name came naturally, as if it had been waiting all this time to be pronounced. The colt, despite his extra legs, soon showed surprising grace. In a matter of hours, he was on his feet, his 8 legs moving in a harmony that defied common logic. There was something magical about his presence, as if he carried within him not only the strength of Svadilfari, but also all the cunning and magical power of Loki. Frigg smiled as he watched little Sleipnir take his first steps. He'll be more than just a horse, she prophesied. He will be the bridge between worlds, the steed that will carry the fate of Asgard on his back. In the days that followed, Loki remained in the forest with his son, watching in amazement as Sleipnir grew with surprising speed. The colt soon demonstrated extraordinary abilities. He could run faster than the wind, leap impossible distances, and, most impressively of all, his hooves seemed to find paths between worlds that not even the gods knew about. Odin visited often, his one eye shining with interest every time he observed young Sleipnir's exploits. The father of all recognized in the foal a being of unique power, a creature that could be fundamental to the future of Asgard. As winter began to give way to spring, Loki realized that her time as Sleipnir's mother was coming to an end. The foal was growing up, becoming more independent by the day. There was a greater destiny awaiting him, an important role to play in the plot of the nine worlds. One afternoon, while watching Sleipnir gallop through the trees, Loki felt Odin's presence at his side. "He's magnificent," said the father of all, his voice filled with admiration. "He is," agreed Loki, a mixture of pride and melancholy in his voice, and he is ready for his true purpose. The unspoken words hung between them. Sleipnir was destined to be Odin's steed, the horse that would carry the king of the gods across the 9 worlds. It was an honor, certainly, but it also meant that Loki would have to let him go. "You have created something extraordinary, Loki," said Odin softly. "From a mischief has come a wonder that will benefit all worlds." Loki watched his son, now almost fully grown, his 8 legs moving with the grace of an ancient dance. Sometimes, he reflected, our greatest creations come from our most unpredictable moments. Spring was advancing, bringing with it new beginnings. Sleipnir, now fully grown, was ready to take on his role as Odin's steed. His black coat shone with a supernatural luster, and his green eyes held that spark of intelligence inherited from Loki. On a clear morning, with the rising sun painting the sky pink and gold, Loki led Sleipnir into the great hall of Valaskjalf. The gods had gathered to witness the moment when the most extraordinary of horses would be officially presented as the mount of the father of all. As he walked beside his son for the last time as his mother, Loki reflected on how a simple strategy to save Asgard had resulted in something so profoundly transformative. Sleipnir wasn't just an 8-legged horse. He was a living symbol of how even the most improvised plans could generate unexpected wonders. Sleipnir's presentation ceremony took place with all the grandeur you would expect from an event in Asgard. The golden hall of Valaskjalf glowed with the light of 1,000 torches as the gods gathered in a circle to witness the moment when the extraordinary steed would be officially handed over to Odin. Loki stood beside his son, his hands occasionally touching Sleipnir's shiny black fur, memorizing every detail of the unique being he had given birth to. The young steed stood majestically, his 8 legs firmly planted on the golden ground, his green eyes intelligently observing every movement around him. Thor, who had initially scoffed at the whole situation, now watched Sleipnir with genuine admiration. The god of thunder had personally witnessed the horse's extraordinary abilities during preliminary training, watching him leap impossible distances and run faster than his own storms. "He is truly worthy to carry the father of all," declared Thor, his thunderous voice echoing through the hall. The other gods murmured in agreement, some still marveling at the way the 8 legs moved in perfect harmony. Odin descended from his golden throne, approaching Sleipnir with the dignity that only the king of the gods could display. His one eye shone with wisdom and anticipation as he examined his future mount. "You've outdone yourself, Loki," he said, his voice carrying a tone of approval rarely directed at the god of mischief. The moment of transfer was approaching. Frigg, always attentive to the subtlest details, had prepared a set of reins, specially woven with gold and silver threads, enchanted to withstand the journeys between worlds that Sleipnir would be able to make. The reins glowed with ancient runes, symbols of protection and power woven into their design. As Loki helped put the reins on Sleipnir, memories of the months spent in the Ironwood forest flooded his mind. He remembered his son's first insecure steps, the nights under the stars watching him grow, the moments of discovery when Sleipnir began to manifest his unique powers. You will be great, Loki whispered to his son, his words only for Sleipnir's ears. But never forget who you are, not only Odin's steed, but also Loki's son. The young horse responded with a soft neigh, his green eyes meeting his mother's in a moment of mutual understanding. There was an ancient wisdom in that look, an awareness that went beyond what one would expect from a simple animal. Odin approached to mount, and everyone present held their breath. This would be the first real test, the moment when it would be confirmed whether Sleipnir would fully accept his role as the mount of the father of all. The steed stood perfectly still as Odin climbed on its back, its 8 legs as firm as pillars of Yggdrasil. The moment Odin grabbed the reins, something magical happened. A golden aura enveloped horse and rider, as if the 9 worlds themselves recognized the importance of that union. Sleipnir emitted a powerful neigh that echoed through the hall, making the very walls of Valaskjalf vibrate with its force. With a gentle command from Odin, Sleipnir began to move, his 8 legs coordinated in a hypnotic dance, each step emanating power and grace. The gods made way, forming a corridor that led to the great doors of the hall, through which Odin and Sleipnir's first official ride would take place. Loki watched with a mixture of pride and melancholy as his son carried the king of the gods out of the hall. The sound of Sleipnir's hooves against the golden soil of Asgard created a unique music, a rhythm that seemed to connect all 9 worlds. Outside the hall, Sleipnir truly demonstrated his capabilities. At Odin's command, he galloped across the fields of Asgard with a speed that left trails of light in his wake. His leaps crossed impossible distances, and when he ran, it seemed as if his hooves barely touched the ground. The gods came out to watch the demonstration, amazed at the spectacle. Thor, in particular, applauded enthusiastically every time Sleipnir performed a particularly impressive feat. Even Heimdall, the ever-serious guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, watched in awe as the steed demonstrated its ability to find paths between worlds. As the day progressed, Loki remained silent, watching his son assume his destiny. Each display of power, each majestic leap, was both a source of pride and a reminder that this was goodbye. Sleipnir was no longer her little foal in the ironwood forest. He was now Odin's glorious steed, a living legend among the 9 worlds. Freya, who had been indirectly responsible for all this history by being offered as a prize to the giant builder, approached Loki. Sometimes, she said softly, our greatest gifts are born out of our most difficult moments. You have given Asgard a priceless gift. Loki, the god of mischief, nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the figure of Sleipnir, who was now galloping across Asgard's golden horizon. A gift born of mischief, he replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it's fitting that my greatest creation came from one of my most improvised strategies. As the sun began to set over Asgard, painting the sky with impossible colors, Odin finally guided Sleipnir back to the great hall. The steed, even after hours of extraordinary demonstrations, remained majestic and strong, his green eyes shining as brightly as ever. That evening, a great banquet was held in Valaskjalf to celebrate the union between Odin and Sleipnir. The golden tables were laden with delicacies from all 9 worlds, and the mead flowed abundantly as the gods celebrated. For Sleipnir, a special stable had been prepared, worthy of his unique position in Asgard, with walls decorated with runes of protection and comfort. Loki watched the celebrations with a pensive countenance, recalling his journey since that first moment when he had transformed himself into a mare to distract Svadilfari. How different he was now, no longer just the god of mischief, but someone who had experienced the profound transformation that comes with creating a new life. During the feast, stories about Sleipnir were already beginning to spread. The bards sang about his exploits of the day, about how his 8 legs created magical patterns in the air as he ran, about how his green eyes seemed to contain the wisdom of the 9 worlds. Some swore that they had seen him create bridges of light between the realms. Others said that his neighing could be heard even in Helheim. Stories grow fast in Asgard, commented Bragi, god of poetry, approaching Loki with 2 cups of mead. But in this case, I suspect that reality trumps any story we can create. Loki accepted the offered cup, his green eyes so similar to Sleipnir's, reflecting the flames of the torches. The truth is rarely as simple as the stories we tell about it, he replied, his voice carrying a new depth. In the days that followed, Sleipnir began his formal training with Odin. The father of all discovered that his new steed was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also incredibly intelligent. Sleipnir seemed to grasp complex instructions with ease, and often demonstrated an understanding that went beyond what would be expected of even the most exceptional of horses. Loki occasionally watched them train, keeping a respectful distance as his son learned to navigate between worlds with Odin. It was fascinating to see how Sleipnir could find invisible paths through the fabric of reality, his 8 legs weaving complex patterns that opened up passages between the realms. He inherited your intelligence, Odin once commented after a particularly impressive training session, and his ability to see beyond appearances. During these training sessions, it became clear that Sleipnir wasn't just a means of transportation for Odin. He was a partner, a silent advisor who instinctively understood the ways of power and wisdom. Together, they explored the secrets of the 9 worlds, discovering ancient passages and long-forgotten knowledge. The Norns, on their occasional visits to Asgard, always stopped to observe Sleipnir with special interest. He is a weaver of paths, said Urd one day, her ancient hands stroking the steed's black fur. As we weave fate, he weaves passages between worlds. As time passed, stories about Sleipnir began to spread beyond Asgard. The inhabitants of Midgard told tales of a fantastic 8-legged horse that carried the father of all through the storms. In Alfheim, the elves composed songs about his speed and grace. Even the giants of Jotunheim spoke with respect about Loki's son, who had become the noblest of mounts. For Loki, seeing his son grow in importance and power brought a peculiar kind of satisfaction. It wasn't the boastful pride he used to feel after a successful prank, but something deeper and more meaningful. It was the understanding that, through Sleipnir, he had contributed to something greater than himself. In his solitary reflections, Loki often thought about how his attempt to trick a giant builder had resulted in one of Asgard's greatest blessings. It was an irony that didn't go unnoticed by the god of mischief, how his plans, even when they didn't go exactly to plan, seemed to weave a larger, more meaningful pattern. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Sleipnir continued to surprise everyone with his abilities. He carried Odin through battles and adventures, his 8 legs moving with the precision of a cosmic clock. In times of peace, he could be seen grazing in the golden fields of Asgard, his majestic presence a constant reminder of the extraordinary power that could arise from the most unexpected circumstances. And so the story of how one of Loki's most cunning pranks resulted in the creation of one of the greatest wonders of the 9 worlds became part of the fabric of Norse legends. Sleipnir, the magnificent 8-legged steed, remained a living symbol of how even the most improvised plans could generate lasting wonders. For Loki, who continued his mischief and adventures across the 9 worlds, Sleipnir was a constant reminder that true magic lay not just in transformations and illusions, but in the ability to create something genuinely extraordinary, even through the most unusual means. In his son, he had found not only a source of pride, but living proof that even the god of mischief could be an instrument of wonder. And in the golden halls of Asgard, when the stories were told and the sagas retold, the legend of Sleipnir shone out as one of the most extraordinary, not just for the uniqueness of its origin or the power of its exploits, but for the way it demonstrated that the most unlikely circumstances could give rise to the most enduring wonders of the 9 worlds. Dense fog enveloped the peaks of the Yoshino Mountains like a sacred cloak as Takeshi climbed the weathered stone steps. His bare feet, calloused from months of pilgrimage, felt every irregularity in the path. The 23-year-old young monk adjusted the small bundle of belongings on his back, his only company other than the distant sound of temple bells and the wind whispering through the ancient trees. Takeshi had left his monastery 3 months ago, following an inner calling that he could not explain. His masters had warned of the dangers of the sacred mountains, of the mystical creatures that inhabited their misty slopes. But something stronger than fear drove him forward. The stories her grandmother told her about the Tangu, the raven-faced warrior masters who inhabited the mountains, echoed in her mind like a persistent mantra. The thin air at altitude made his lungs work harder, and the shadows began to lengthen as the sun sank below the horizon. Takeshi knew he needed to find shelter before dark, as the nights in the mountains were unforgiving. His keen eyes identified a natural cave a few meters above, partially hidden by a group of centuries-old pine trees. As he approached the cave entrance, Takeshi felt an ancient and powerful presence. The air seemed to grow thicker, and an unearthly silence enveloped the environment. It was not the common silence of nature, but something deeper, as if time itself had paused its eternal march. His years of training at the monastery had not prepared him for this moment. You have arrived earlier than expected, young monk. A deep, melodious voice echoed from the shadows of the cave. Takeshi remained still, his heart racing as a figure emerged from the darkness. He was tall, much taller than any man I had ever seen, wearing traditional, deep red robes and a fan of black feathers in one hand. Its face, a fascinating mix of human and avian features, was dominated by a curved beak and golden eyes that seemed to contain the wisdom of the centuries. Master Sojobo, Takeshi whispered, instantly recognizing the legendary king of the Tangu. His grandmother had described that majestic figure in her stories, but no words could do justice to his imposing presence. The Tangu inclined his head slightly, a gesture that seemed both a greeting and an assessment. You carry restlessness in your spirit, Takeshi. I see the questions that torment you, the conflicts that brought you to these mountains. Takeshi felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing his name pronounced by that mystical being. How do you know my name? An enigmatic smile formed on the Tengu's face. I know many things, young monk. I know the emptiness you feel in your studies, the feeling that something greater awaits you beyond the monastery walls. I also know the conflict that lies ahead, a battle that will determine the fate of both our worlds. The monk felt the weight of those words, understanding that his inner calling was not a simple spiritual restlessness. What is this conflict, Master Sojobo? The barriers between the spiritual and material worlds are weakening, the Tengu explained, his voice carrying a gravity that made the air vibrate. Ancient and dangerous forces are awakening, and few are prepared to face them. You, Takeshi, play a crucial role in this coming battle. The wind blew stronger through the trees, making the leaves dance in an ancient ritual. Sojobo extended a hand with sharp claws towards Takeshi. I can teach you the secrets of the Tengu martial arts, share knowledge that no human has ever learned, but each lesson will have its price. Each teaching will require sacrifice and determination. Takeshi felt the weight of the decision he needed to make. Years of study at the monastery had taught him the importance of balance and caution, but something deep inside him knew that this was the path he should follow. I am prepared to learn, Master Sojobo, he replied with a deep bow. No, you're not, the Tengu replied with a tone that mixed amusement and seriousness. But you will be. Training will begin tomorrow at sunrise. Tonight, reflect on what you are willing to sacrifice for the knowledge you seek. That night, sheltered in the cave, under the watchful eye of the Tengu, Takeshi gazed at the stars through the rocky entrance. The world he knew seemed distant now, like a dream he had just awakened from. Sojobo's words about the impending conflict echoed in his mind, mixing with memories of his grandmother's stories and the monastery's teachings. As sleep slowly enveloped him, Takeshi realized that his spiritual journey had transformed into something much greater than he imagined. The call that had brought him to the mountains was not just a personal impulse to seek knowledge, but part of a greater plan woven into the very fibers of destiny. With this realization, he fell asleep, knowing that at dawn he would begin not only his training with the legendary Tengu, but also his preparation for a battle that could determine the future of two worlds. The night wind carried ancient whispers, and in the shadows of the cave, Sojobo watched his new disciple, knowing that the days to come would test not only his physical abilities, but mainly his spiritual and moral strength. Destiny had brought Takeshi here, but it would be his own determination that would transform him into the warrior the world needed. The first rays of the sun had barely touched the mountains when Takeshi woke up. Sojobo was already waiting for him at the cave entrance, his imposing silhouette silhouetted against the orange dawn sky. Speechless, the Tangu gestured for the young monk to follow him. They walked along narrow paths that wound between the ancient trees, climbing higher and higher into the sacred mountains. The air became thinner with each step, but Takeshi noticed that his breathing remained surprisingly steady, as if an invisible force was supporting him. The first teaching will not be about combat, Sojobo declared, his voice mixing with the whisper of the wind. It will be about perception. A warrior who does not understand the world around him is doomed to defeat. They arrived at a natural plateau where an ancient cherry tree stood alone, its gnarled branches dancing gently in the morning breeze. Sojobo pointed to the tree with his feather fan. Sit under it and watch. Don't move until I return. Takeshi obeyed, assuming the meditation position he had practiced so many times in the monastery. The Tangu disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving the young monk alone with his thoughts. The hours passed slowly. The sun rose in the sky, and Takeshi watched the shadows change position. The cherry petals dance in the air, the small insects that inhabited the tree's bark. Gradually, he began to notice subtle patterns, the way the wind changed direction before a stronger gust, the behavior of birds that announced the approach of predators. When hunger began to set in, Takeshi stood firm in his position. When thirst made his throat burn, he remained still. The sun completed its arc across the sky, and the first stars began to appear. It was then that the sounds began. At first, they were just distant whispers, but they soon turned into familiar voices. Takeshi heard his grandmother calling, begging for help. He heard his companions from the monastery screaming in agony. Each voice was a stab at his heart, testing his resolve to remain still. The visions came next. Dancing shadows took on terrible shapes. Creatures from ancient legends emerged from the darkness to torment him. Masked Oni surrounded him, their eyes glowing with unearthly malice. Takeshi felt cold sweat run down his back, but he stood his ground, remembering Sojobo's words about perception. That was when a familiar figure appeared from the shadows. His former monastery master, the one who had guided him since childhood. Takeshi, the figure called sadly, you have abandoned your vows, betrayed your brothers. Come back with us now, or it will be too late. Takeshi's heart faltered. The guilt he carried for leaving the monastery weighed on his chest like a stone, but something about the master's words sounded different, a subtle tone that didn't belong to the voice he knew so well. Perception goes beyond the eyes. Sojobo's voice echoed in his mind. Trust your deepest instincts. Takeshi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The voices, the visions, the night terrors, they were all illusions, tests of his determination and discernment. He focused on what was real, the texture of the tree bark against his back, the smell of damp earth, the real sound of the wind in the leaves. Illusions dissipated like mist at dawn. Sojobo materialized before him, his golden eyes shining with approval. You have learned your first lesson, the Tangu declared, reality is not always what our senses show us. A warrior must see with his heart and mind, not just his eyes. Takeshi tried to get up, but his legs were shaking after so many hours in the same position. So Jobo supported him with surprising kindness for a being of his stature and power. The forces we face will use your own doubts and fears against you, the Tengu explained as they walked back to the cave. Learn to distinguish the real from the illusory, and you will have taken the first step towards becoming a true warrior. Along the way, Takeshi reflected on the visions he had faced. Master, he asked hesitantly, the voices I heard, were they all illusions? So Jobo paused for a moment, his piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. The voices were illusions, but the feelings they awakened in you are real. The coming conflict will require you to face not only external enemies, but also your own inner demons. Arriving at the cave, Sojobo prepared an herbal tea that Takeshi had never tasted before. The warm liquid ran down his throat, bringing renewed strength to his tired limbs. Rest now, the Tengu instructed. Tomorrow, we will begin your physical training, and you will need all your strength. As he settled down to sleep, Takeshi realized that something had changed within him. The experience under the cherry tree had not just been a test of physical endurance, it had been an initiation, an awakening to a new way of perceiving the world. The soft sound of Sojobo's fan feathers lulled him to sleep, and for the first time since leaving the monastery, Takeshi slept without being disturbed by doubts or regrets. The star shone through the cave entrance, silent witnesses to his gradual transformation from a simple monk into something more, something that not even he himself fully understood yet. Dawn brought with it a gentle rain that covered the mountains with a silvery veil. Takeshi watched the drops slide down the cave entrance, while Sojobo prepared something in a small black iron cauldron. The aroma emanating from the mixture was simultaneously sweet and bitter, making her stomach churn in anticipation. Today we will begin your physical training, the Tengu announced, pouring the steaming liquid into an ancient ceramic bowl. This is a sacred elixir passed down through generations of Tengu. It will prepare your body for the challenges ahead. Takeshi accepted the bowl reverently, feeling the heat through the ceramic. The liquid was a deep amber color, and as he drank it, he experienced contradictory sensations. First, an intense cold that ran through his body, followed by a heat that seemed to ignite every fiber of his being. Get up, commanded Sojobo. Your body is now ready to receive the ancestral teachings. What followed was unlike any training Takeshi had experienced at the monastery. Sojobo guided him through movements that seemed to defy gravity itself. His gestures were fluid like water, but carried the force of a storm. The Tengu demonstrated each technique only once, waiting for his disciple to absorb them not only with his eyes, but with his own essence. Tengu martial arts are not mere physical strength, Sojobo explained as he corrected Takeshi's posture. They are the manifestation of harmony between the spiritual and material worlds. Each movement must transcend the barrier between the two realms. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks. The training progressively intensified, and Takeshi felt his body and mind transforming. His senses became more acute, His consciousness expanded beyond physical limits. During the nights, vivid dreams visited him, bringing visions of ancient battles and forgotten knowledge. One particularly cold morning, Sojobo took him to a cliff that jutted out over a deep valley. Dense clouds formed a sea of white beneath them, occasionally revealing glimpses of the distant forest. The next step in your training requires absolute trust, the Tangu declared. You must jump. Takeshi stared into the abyss, his heart racing. But master, the fall is only what your eyes see, Sojobo interrupted. Remember the lesson on perception. What is real and what is illusion? The young monk closed his eyes, breathing deeply. He remembered the weeks of training, the transformations he had experienced. When he reopened his eyes, something had changed in his perception. The abyss no longer seemed so threatening, and the air currents rising up the cliff became visible to him, like ribbons of energy dancing in space. Without hesitating any longer, Takeshi jumped. The air enveloped his body like a familiar hug, and to his surprise, he found he could control his fall. It wasn't exactly flying, but it was gliding through the air currents with the grace of a leaf in the wind. Sojobo appeared at his side, his black wings outstretched against the blue sky. Air is the domain of the Tangu, the master explained, guiding him through the clouds, but it is also an element that connects the two worlds. Through it, we can perceive disturbances in the fabric of reality. As they glided over the valley, Sojobo pointed to different points in the landscape. Takeshi began to notice strange patterns in the air, like ripples on a calm lake. They are fissures, the Tangu explained, points where the barrier between the worlds is eroding. They landed in a distant clearing, where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center, Takeshi could clearly see one of those fissures, a subtle distortion in the air that made his stomach turn when he looked directly at it. The coming conflict, Sojobo continued, his voice thick with concern, will begin through these fissures, creatures from the spiritual world, not all benevolent, like the Tangu, will find ways into the material world. Some have already begun to cross. As if to confirm his words, a distant sound echoed through the forest, something between a roar and a wail, charged with an ancient sadness and a primal fury. Takeshi felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise in response. That sound, he began, but Sojobo was already moving, his red robes a blur against the vegetation. Come, commanded the Tangu. It's time for you to apply your training to a real situation. They ran through the forest, Takeshi surprising himself with his own agility. His feet barely touched the ground as he followed his master, dodging branches and leaping over obstacles with a grace that would have been impossible weeks ago. The sound became clearer as they got closer to its source. In a small natural cave, they found a creature that Takeshi recognized from ancient stories. A kodama, a forest spirit, writhing in agony. All around him, dark shadows pulsed with an evil energy. Shadows are spiritual parasites, Sojobo quickly explained. It's feeding on Kodama's essence. If we don't free it, both the creature and this part of the forest will die. Takeshi watched the dancing shadows, remembering his training. Now, he could see the patterns in their movements, the currents of energy that kept them connected to the spirit of the forest. With a fluid movement, he began to execute one of the forms that Sojobo had taught him, his gestures creating patterns in the air itself. The shadows reacted to his presence, abandoning Kodama to attack him. But Takeshi was prepared. His every movement was precise, every gesture loaded with purpose. Tangu techniques were not just physical movements. They were an ancient language, a way of communicating with the forces of nature themselves. With precise movements, Takeshi continued his dance against the shadows, while Sojobo carefully observed his disciple's every gesture. The Kodama, still weakened, emitted a faint glow that pulsed in tune with the young monk's movements. The shadows, now completely focused on Takeshi, formed increasingly aggressive patterns. Remember, Sojobo's voice echoed in his mind, shadows are manifestations of the imbalance between worlds. They cannot be destroyed, only redirected. Understanding the instruction, Takeshi altered his approach. Instead of trying to dispel the shadows, it began to guide them in a circular motion, creating a whirlpool of dark energy. The air around him began to vibrate with an ancient frequency, and he felt a deep connection to the forces he manipulated. The shadows, gradually losing their chaotic nature, began to follow the pattern that Takeshi set. With a final movement, he directed them towards one of the nearby dimensional fissures, returning them to their plane of origin. The Kodama, freed from evil influence, regained its natural luster, and the surrounding forest seemed to sigh with relief. "You learned well," Sojobo commented, approaching. "But this was just a small test of what's to come. The creatures that cross the fissures are becoming more powerful and numerous." The now recovered Kodama floated to Takeshi and offered him a small, luminescent seed. "A gift of gratitude," explained Sojobo. "Kodama seeds contain pure forest energy. Keep it well, as it may be useful when the shadows grow thicker." In the days that followed, Sojobo intensified his training even further. Takeshi learned to identify different types of dimensional rifts and the creatures that crossed them. Some were benign, lost spirits seeking to return to their own plane. Others were malevolent, drawn to the growing imbalance between the worlds. During a particularly intense training session, Sojobo revealed a deeper concern. "There is something greater behind these fissures," he said, his golden gaze fixed on the horizon. "Some ancient force is deliberately weakening the barriers between the worlds." "How can we find out what's causing this?" asked Takeshi, still panting from the exercise. "There is a sacred place," replied Sojobo, "an ancient temple in the heart of these mountains. There, the lines that separate the worlds are thinner, and the answers can be found. But getting there will require everything you have learned so far, and more." That night, as they meditated in the cave, Takeshi felt a different disturbance in the air. It was no ordinary crack, but something more subtle and unsettling. Sojobo noticed, too, his feathers ruffling in warning. "They arrived ahead of schedule," muttered the Tangu, standing up quickly. "The shadow yokai found a way through the barriers faster than we imagined." The night sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and an icy wind swept across the mountain. Takeshi could feel evil presences approaching, more numerous and powerful than anything he had faced before. "Tonight," declared Sojobo, his fan of black feathers glowing with otherworldly energy, Your true test begins. The shadow yokai are ancient warriors, corrupted by centuries of bitterness and thirst for revenge. They sense the power you are developing and will come to try and destroy you before you become a real threat. Takeshi held the Kodama's luminescent seed tightly, feeling its comforting heat. The techniques he had learned over the past few weeks flowed through his body like second nature, and the presence of his master at his side gave him confidence. The first shadowy shapes emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing with a cold, blue fire. They were warriors in ancient armor, their forms distorted by centuries of existence in the shadows. His movements were fluid and lethal, carrying the experience of countless battles. Remember, Sojobo said, preparing for combat. You are not just fighting with your body, but with your spirit. Shadow yokai feed on fear and doubt. Keep your mind clear and your heart steady. The battle that followed was unlike anything Takeshi had experienced in his training. The yokai attacked in waves, their blows charged not only with physical force, but with corrupted spiritual energy. Each impact threatened not just his body, but his very essence. Sojobo and Takeshi fought back to back, their movements synchronized like an ancient dance. The Tangu was magnificent in combat, its fan of feathers transforming into a deadly weapon that cut through shadows with surgical precision. Takeshi, in turn, discovered that he could channel the energy of the Kodama seed through his movements, creating barriers of light that kept yokai at bay. But the enemies were many, and as the battle dragged on, Takeshi began to feel the weight of fatigue. It was then that he understood that he needed to transcend his physical limitations, just as Sojobo had taught. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he connected with the essence of the mountains around him, feeling the ancient strength of the earth flow through him. With the ancient strength of the mountains flowing through his being, Takeshi opened his eyes, which now glowed with a golden light similar to his master's. The shadow yokai hesitated momentarily, sensing the change in the young monk's energy. In that moment of absolute clarity, Takeshi understood that all of his training had been to prepare him for this crucial moment. Now you understand, Sojobo said, his voice carrying a tone of approval. True power comes not from physical strength, but from harmony with the forces that surround us, with movements that seemed to transcend human limitations. Takeshi began to weave a complex pattern in the air, his hands leaving trails of golden light. The Kodama seed in his chest pulsed in tune with his gestures, amplifying his connection with the vital energy of the forest. The shadow yokai launched a desperate attack, realizing the danger the young warrior represented. Their shadowy blades cut through the air with deadly hisses, but found only the void where Takeshi had been a moment before. The monk's every movement now seemed to predict and anticipate the enemy's attacks. Sojobo, watching his disciple with evident pride, began to sing an ancient chant in a language Takeshi had never heard but instinctively understood. The words resonated with the very fabric of reality, strengthening the connection between the spiritual and material worlds. The battle reached its climax when Takeshi, channeling both the mountain's energy and the power of the Kodama seed, performed a sequence of moves that Sojobo had only hinted at during training. The air around him crystallized into perfect geometric patterns, creating a three-dimensional mandala of pure light. The shadow yokai, trapped inside the mandala, began to transform. The darkness that had corrupted them for centuries was being purified by holy light. Some of the ancient warriors momentarily regained their original forms, noble samurai who had lost their way between the worlds. "We are not here to destroy you," Takeshi declared, his voice echoing with an authority that surprised even himself, "but to free them from the corruption that has imprisoned them for so long." One by one, the yokai began to dissolve, not in destruction, but in purification. Their essences, now free from the influence of shadows, ascended like sparks of light towards the night sky. The last of them, before leaving, bowed in a gesture of respect and gratitude. When the last trace of combat dissipated, Takeshi fell to his knees, exhausted but transformed by the experience. So Jobo approached, his countenance softer than usual. "You have completed your transformation," said the Tangu, helping his disciple to his feet. "But this victory is just the beginning. The force that is causing the rifts between the worlds has yet to be confronted." Takeshi nodded, understanding that his destiny was intrinsically linked to protecting the balance between the worlds. "The ancient temple you mentioned," he said, "is that where we will find the answers?" "Yes," Sojobo replied, "but the path there will be different than we imagined. The yokai you freed tonight were just pawns in a larger game. Their true master, an ancient entity that feeds on the chaos between the worlds, will not be satisfied with this defeat." Dawn began to dye the sky with shades of pink and gold, dispelling the last shadows of the night. Takeshi could feel a change in the air, as if nature itself recognized the importance of the events that had transpired. "What's the next step, Master?" asked Takeshi, his determination renewed by the victory achieved. Sojobo opened his feather fan, revealing an ancient map woven into its surface. "The ancient temple is located at the point where all the power lines of the mountains converge. To reach it, we will need to traverse the Valley of Lost Spirits and climb the Peak of 1,000 Visions. Every step of this journey will be a test, not only of your skills, but of your resolve." As the sun fully rose over the sacred mountains, Takeshi gazed at the path that stretched out before him. He was no longer the insecure young monk who had arrived in the mountains months ago. Training with Sojobo had transformed him into something more, a guardian of both worlds, a protector of sacred balance. The Kodama seed in his chest pulsed gently, reminding him of the connection he had developed with the forces of nature. Tengu techniques flowed naturally through his body, and ancient wisdom echoed in his mind. He was ready to face any challenge that awaited him. "The sun rises in a different world today," Sojobo said, his golden eyes fixed on the horizon. "The barriers between the worlds continue to weaken, but now there is hope. You have proven yourself worthy not only of the secrets of the Tengu, but also of the role that destiny has in store for you." Together, master and disciple began preparations for the next phase of their journey. The wind in the mountains carried whispers of ancient prophecies, and the centuries-old trees seemed to bow in recognition of the passing of those who carried the fate of two worlds in their hands. The story of the monk and the Tengu was far from over. But one thing was certain: the sacred mountains had witnessed the birth of a new legend, one that would be told for generations to come. And deep within the ancient temple, answers waited, along with challenges even greater than anyone could imagine. The kingdom of Aurora has always been known for its golden mornings and endless fields of wildflowers. On the highest towers of the castle, colorful flags danced in the wind, celebrating the birth a few days ago of the long-awaited Princess Aurora, first daughter of King Stefan and Queen Beatrice. After years of waiting and praying to the heavens, the kingdom finally had its heiress. The castle's great hall had been elaborately decorated for the little princess's presentation. Silk tapestries in the colors of the kingdom, blue and gold, hung from the stone walls, while hundreds of scented candles illuminated the room with their soft light. The servants were running around, adjusting the last details of the tables, full of delicacies, and making sure everything was perfect for the arrival of the 12 fairy godmothers. Queen Beatrice, still recovering from childbirth, smoothed her golden hair in front of the mirror while watching the crystal cradle where her daughter slept serenely. King Stefan, a gentleman with a neatly trimmed beard, approached silently and placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. "She's perfect, isn't she?" whispered Beatrice, with tears of happiness in her eyes. "As perfect as her mother," replied Stefan, gently kissing the queen's forehead. The 12 fairies began to arrive one by one, each one more dazzling than the last. Their wings sparkled like diamonds under the candlelight, and their dresses seemed to be woven from the moonlight itself. The first to arrive was Primavera, with her pink hair and a dress adorned with tiny flowers. Next came Melodia, whose steps were so light that she seemed to float over the marble floor. Each fairy brought with them a special gift for the princess, stored in small crystal jars that emitted a soft, mysterious glow. The guests began to take their places at the long tables in the hall, while musicians played their harps and flutes, creating a magical and solemn atmosphere. The blessing ceremony was about to begin when an unexpected icy wind blew out all the candles in the hall. The large oak doors opened with a bang, revealing a tall, dark figure. It was Maleficent, the 13th fairy, who had not been invited to the celebration. Her green eyes glowed with a frightening intensity, and her black dress seemed to be made of her own shadows. A deathly silence overtook the hall as she advanced towards the royal cradle, her staff tapping rhythmically against the floor. "What a lovely party!" Her voice echoed through the hall, laden with irony. "I imagine my invitation got lost somewhere along the way." King Stefan stood up, trying to keep his composure. "Maleficent, we didn't think you'd." "That I what?" She interrupted, her cruel smile revealing perfectly white teeth. "That I'd like to take part, that I might also have something to offer your precious princess." Queen Beatrice instinctively placed herself between the fairy and her daughter's cradle, but Maleficent pushed her away with a simple hand gesture. The other fairies looked at each other tense, knowing that they couldn't directly interfere in the actions of one of their sisters. "Since I'm here," continued Maleficent, leaning over the cradle, "I'll also give Princess Aurora my present." Her staff began to glow with a greenish, sinister light. "On the day of her 15th birthday, the princess will stick her finger in a spinning wheel and die." The hall erupted in screams of horror as Maleficent laughed, her laughter echoing off the castle walls. Little Aurora began to cry, as if she understood the gravity of the curse she had just received. It was then that Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, and the only one who hadn't yet offered her gift, came forward. Her silver hair reflected the moonlight coming through the tall windows, and her expression was one of determination. I can't completely undo Maleficent's curse, she declared, her voice clear and firm, but I can change it. When Aurora sticks her finger in, instead of death, she will fall into a deep sleep, and from this sleep, she will only awaken with the kiss of true love. Maleficent watched the intervention with a mocking smile on her lips. As you wish, she said, spinning on her heels. Fate is sealed. And with that, she disappeared in a cloud of green smoke, leaving behind only the echo of her cruel laughter. King Stefan, determined to protect his daughter, immediately ordered all the spinning wheels in the kingdom to be burned. Guards were sent to every village, every house, every barn, collecting and destroying any instrument that might pose a threat to the princess. The 11 remaining fairies gathered around the cradle, each offering their unique gifts: beauty, grace, music, wisdom, kindness, and other attributes that would make Aurora an extraordinary princess. But even with all these blessings, the shadow of Maleficent's curse hung over the castle like a dark cloud on a summer's day. Queen Beatrice, still trembling, held her daughter in her arms, silently promising that she would do everything in her power to protect her. King Stefan, for his part, immediately began planning ever stricter security measures, determined to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled. And so, as the night wore on and the guests retired in silence, the fate of little Princess Aurora began to unfold, woven by the invisible threads of magic, love, and fear, in a pattern that not even the fairies could fully predict. The years following the celebration of Aurora's birth were marked by drastic changes in the kingdom. King Stefan, consumed by concern for his daughter's safety, transformed the once cheerful castle into a fortress of rules and restrictions. Guards were stationed in every corridor, and visitors were thoroughly examined before entering the royal gates. Little Aurora grew up protected by these stone walls, but her gentle and curious nature could not be contained. At the age of 5, her golden hair, like her mother's, already reached her waist, and her blue eyes shone with a vivacity that charmed everyone who met her. The blessings of the fairies were clearly evident. Her voice was as melodious as a bird's song, her movements as graceful as a gentle dance, and her kindness touched the hearts of all the servants in the castle. Queen Beatrice tried to balance her husband's excessive protection with moments of normality for her daughter. Secretly, she allowed Aurora to play in the castle gardens, where butterflies danced among the flowers and birds made their nests. It was at these times that the princess seemed truly happy, running free and imagining stories about the fairies who had blessed her. The 12 good fairies, although they couldn't stay at the castle constantly due to their other magical obligations, visited Aurora regularly. Each visit was a special occasion, full of little spells and wonderful stories that fed the young princess's imagination. Spring made flowers sprout from the most unlikely corners, while Melody taught Aurora to sing to the birds that visited her window. As Aurora grew up, her curiosity about the world beyond the castle walls increased. At the age of 8, she began to ask more frequent questions about why she couldn't go out to see the village or play with other children. King Stefan always shrugged it off, making up stories about imaginary dangers lurking beyond the gates. But father, Aurora asked one afternoon, how can I be a good princess if I don't know our people? The king, touched by his daughter's precocious wisdom, simply hugged her tightly, unable to explain his deepest fears. Queen Beatrice, watching the scene, felt her heart breaking between the desire to protect her only daughter and the need to allow her to grow up free and happy. It was at this time that the dreams began. Aurora often woke up during the night talking about a woman in green who called her to dance on a high tower. The queen recognized in these accounts the subtle influence of Maleficent, who, even without physically appearing, seemed to find ways to reach the princess through her dreams. Worried, the queen secretly summoned Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, for consultation. The fairy, now more experienced, but still retaining her characteristic gentleness, explained that the dreams were a natural manifestation of the magic surrounding Aurora. We can't stop the magic from reaching her, explained Luce, her silver dress shimmering in the moonlight. But we can teach her to be strong enough to resist any negative influence. Following Luce's advice, the queen began to tell Aurora stories about courage, wisdom, and true love. The princess absorbed every word with fascination, especially the stories about how true love could overcome any obstacle. Meanwhile, in the darkest corners of the kingdom, Maleficent watched Aurora grow up through her pet raven. The evil fairy hadn't given up on her revenge, but she waited patiently, knowing that every day that passed brought the princess closer to her sealed destiny. The years went by, and Aurora blossomed into an extraordinary young woman. At the age of 12, she already displayed a wisdom beyond her years, mixed with a captivating innocence that was the product of her sheltered upbringing. Even confined to the castle, she found ways to spread joy. She cultivated a small garden in her room, sang to cheer up the guards on their lonely shifts, and learned everything she could about governance from her tutors. King Stefan, although still vigilant, began to relax his restrictions, slightly allowing Aurora to take part in more activities within the castle. Small parties were organized occasionally, always with carefully selected guests, where the princess could dance and socialize under the watchful eye of her parents. But the older Aurora grew, the stronger the feeling in Queen Beatrice's heart became. She knew that they couldn't protect her daughter forever, and that fate would somehow find its way into her life. During the nights when everyone was asleep, the queen would climb to the highest tower in the castle and look up at the stars, praying that her daughter would not only find safety, but also the happiness she deserved. And so, as Aurora's 15th birthday drew ever closer, a quiet tension began to grow in the kingdom of Aurora. The inhabitants of the castle, from the humblest servant to the king himself, felt the weight of fate approaching like dark clouds, heralding an inevitable storm. But in the midst of all this apprehension, Aurora remained a ray of light, her laughter echoing through the castle corridors, like a reminder that even in the darkest hours, there is still hope. As Aurora approached her 14th year of life, the atmosphere in the castle became increasingly tense. King Stefan stepped up security, doubling the number of guards, and implementing new protective measures. Queen Beatrice, for her part, tried to remain calm, but her nights were filled with nightmares about spinning wheels and ancient curses. Aurora, now An extraordinarily beautiful young woman was beginning to feel the weight of the restrictions more than ever. Her walks through the inner gardens no longer satisfied her growing curiosity, and the stories told by the servants about the world beyond the castle walls fed her dreams of freedom. One particularly hectic morning, Aurora discovered a secret passage behind an antique tapestry in her chamber. The narrow, dark corridor led to a small abandoned tower, which offered a privileged view of the kingdom. There, hidden from watchful eyes, the princess spent hours observing the life that pulsed beyond the castle walls. It was during one of these secret escapades that Aurora met Philip, a young apprentice gardener who had recently been hired to look after the royal gardens. Unlike the other servants, who always treated her with extreme formality, Philip chatted with her, naturally sharing stories about the villages and ordinary people of the kingdom. "What's it like living out there?" asked Aurora, her eyes shining with curiosity as she watched Philip work in the garden below his secret tower. "It's a simple life, but full of adventures," he replied, describing the festivals in the villages, the dances around the campfires, and the stories told by travelers in the taverns. Their friendship grew discreetly protected by the secrets of the abandoned tower. Philip would bring Aurora small gifts from the outside world, wildflowers that didn't grow in the castle gardens, stories from traveling merchants, and occasionally sweets prepared by his mother in the village. Meanwhile, Maleficent watched everything from her dark kingdom, satisfied with the way things were turning out. Her Raven Diablo brought her daily reports on the castle's activities, and the evil fairy realized that Aurora's growing restlessness could be the key to bringing her curse to fruition. The 12 good fairies also noticed the changes in Aurora. During their visits, they noticed how the young princess was becoming more pensive and distant, her eyes often lost on the horizon. Luce, in particular, sensed that something important was about to happen. "We must be even more vigilant," she warned, during a secret meeting with her fairy sisters. "Aurora is entering a crucial phase of her life, and Maleficent will surely try to use this to her advantage." Queen Beatrice, noticing the changes in her daughter's behavior, tried to get even closer to Aurora. She began to share stories of her own youth and the challenges of growing up as a princess. "Mother," Aurora asked during one of these intimate moments, "why didn't you ever tell me about the curse?" The question took the queen by surprise. "How? How did you know?" "I hear the whispers of the servants. I see the fear in Papa's eyes," Aurora replied softly. "And sometimes in my dreams, I see a woman in green who tells me about an inevitable fate." Aurora's confession triggered a series of heated discussions between the king and queen. Stefan wanted to increase the restrictions even further, while Beatrice argued that it was time to tell her daughter the truth. "She has a right to know," insisted the queen. "How can we protect her from something she doesn't even know exists?" While the adults debated their fate, Aurora continued her secret meetings with Philip. Their friendship was beginning to develop into something deeper, although neither dared to admit it. "Sometimes I dream that I'm free like the birds," Aurora confided to Philip one golden afternoon, "that I can fly beyond these walls and discover the world for myself." Philip, who had long since realized that his feelings for the princess went beyond simple friendship, replied carefully, "Perhaps one day you will be able to, but for now, let me be your eyes on the outside world." What neither of them knew was that Maleficent had bewitched Diablo into taking the form of one of the many birds that Aurora fed in her window. Through him, the evil fairy not only watched, but also began to subtly plant ideas of rebellion in the young princess's mind. As Aurora's 15th birthday approached, her dreams of the woman in green became more frequent and vivid. In each dream, Maleficent showed the princess tantalizing visions of freedom and adventure, always guiding her towards a mysterious tower where a spinning wheel awaited. The good fairies, sensing Maleficent's growing influence, redoubled their efforts to protect Aurora, each in their own way, tried to strengthen the princess's spirit against the temptations of darkness. Spring taught her about the beauty of patience through the cultivation of rare flowers, while Melody showed her how music could be a refuge in moments of solitude. But it was the budding love between Aurora and Philip that seemed to be the most effective protection against Maleficent's influence. Every smile, shared every kind word, exchanged every moment of mutual understanding, strengthened Aurora against the shadows that tried to seduce her. And so, while the entire kingdom prepared for the inevitable confrontation with fate, a love story blossomed silently in the shadows of a forgotten tower, like a stubborn rose growing between the stones of an ancient wall. The weeks leading up to Aurora's 15th birthday brought a remarkable change in the castle's atmosphere. Preparations for the big celebration were underway, but there was a palpable tension in the air. King Stefan, consumed by anxiety, could hardly sleep, spending his nights walking the castle corridors and personally checking every guard post. Aurora, for her part, found more and more comfort in her secret meetings with Philip in the abandoned tower. Their conversations were now deeper, filled with meaningful glances and eloquent silences. On one particularly memorable afternoon, Philip brought with him a small harp, a gift from his grandmother, and taught Aurora an ancient love song from the kingdom. My grandmother used to say that this melody has the power to chase away the shadows, he explained gently, guiding Aurora's fingers across the strings of the instrument. The soft sound echoed through the tower, creating a moment of peace. Amid the castle's growing restlessness, Maleficent, watching through Diablo's eyes, realized that she had to act quickly. The growing love between Aurora and Philip threatened to strengthen the princess against her influence. During the night, the evil fairy began to intensify her attacks through Aurora's dreams, mixing tempting visions of freedom with seductive whispers about a mysterious tower where all her questions would be answered. Queen Beatrice, noticing the growing weariness in her daughter's eyes, finally decided to take action. One quiet morning, she took Aurora for a private stroll in the castle's remote gardens. My dear, she began, holding her daughter's hands, it's time you knew the whole truth about your destiny. With tears in her eyes, the queen revealed the full story of Maleficent's curse and the modification made by Luce. Aurora listened in silence, several pieces of the puzzle of her life finally falling into place. So that's why I have these dreams, murmured Aurora, and why I've never been able to leave the castle. The revelation, instead of terrifying Aurora as her parents had feared, seemed to give her new strength. Knowing her enemy made the battle more real, more tangible. That night, when she met Philip, she shared all her burdens with him. No matter What happens? Philip promised, holding her hands tightly. I'll be by your side to face it. The 12 good fairies, realizing that the crucial moment was approaching, began to take turns guarding the castle. Luce, in particular, began to carefully observe Aurora's dreams, trying to create barriers against Maleficent's influence. As the day of her birthday approached, strange events began to occur in the castle. Unexplained shadows danced across the walls, and mysterious sounds echoed through the night. The guards reported glimpses of a large black raven that seemed to be everywhere at once. Aurora, strengthened by Philip's love and the knowledge of her destiny, began to actively fight the temptations in her dreams. When the woman in green appeared, the princess faced her with the songs Philip had taught her and the lessons in courage she had learned from her fairy godmothers. However, Maleficent had one last trump card. One particularly dark night, she managed to plant a crucial doubt in Aurora's heart. What if Philip's love wasn't true enough to break the curse? The seed of uncertainty began to grow, fed by the young princess's deepest fears. Philip, noticing the change in Aurora's behavior, stepped up his efforts to show his love. He began to bring her small, meaningful gifts: a peacock feather that resembled the colors of her eyes, a bouquet of wildflowers that only grew in the distant mountains, a small notebook in which he wrote poetry dedicated to her. The fairies, watching the romance unfold, shared hopeful glances. The love between the young people seemed genuine and strong, exactly the kind of true love capable of breaking ancient curses. Meanwhile, in the confines of her dark kingdom, Maleficent was preparing her final blow. With her dark magic, she began to create a special spinning wheel, imbued with an irresistible power of attraction. Even if all the spinning wheels in the kingdom had been destroyed, this one would be enough to fulfill the prophecy. The tension in the castle reached its peak when Aurora's birthday was just a week away. King Stefan, in a last desperate effort to protect his daughter, ordered that she be transferred to an isolated tower in the castle, far from any potential danger. It's just a precaution, my dear, he explained as Aurora gathered her belongings. Only until your birthday has passed. The princess accepted the decision with surprising calm, but her heart was heavy. The designated tower was not the one where she met Philip, and she knew she would be completely isolated. Before leaving, she managed to send a secret message to her beloved through one of the birds she used to feed. Don't lose hope, the note read, for my heart will remain with you no matter where I am. The move to the tower marked the beginning of the last phase of this story, where love, fate, and ancient magic would intertwine in a final dance for the future of the young princess. On the eve of Aurora's 15th birthday, the tension in the castle reached its peak. The princess watched the sunset through the window of her secluded tower, her thoughts divided between Philip and her increasingly intense dreams of Maleficent. The soft evening wind carried with it the scent of flowers from the garden, and with it a strange sense of inevitability. During the night, while everyone was asleep, a greenish glow began to emanate from a dark corner of the tower. Aurora, who was restless in her bed, sat up when she noticed the mysterious light. An inexplicable force attracted her, as if invisible strings were pulling her body towards that hypnotic luminosity. On her throne of thorns, Maleficent smiled with satisfaction. Her magic had finally found a breach in the castle's defenses. With A flick of her staff, she intensified the spell, causing a secret passage to reveal itself in the wall of the tower. Aurora, as if in a trance, followed the illuminated path. The guards, who were supposed to protect her, had been bewitched by Maleficent and fell into a deep sleep. The princess climbed spiral stairs that seemed to have no end, her bare feet barely touching the cold stone steps. Philip, who was secretly standing guard in the gardens near the tower, noticed the strange glow in the upper windows. His heart raced as he recognized Maleficent's dark magic, which Aurora had told him about. Without hesitation, he began to climb the tower using the ancient vines that grew on its walls. In the depths of the castle, the 12 good fairies also sensed the magical disturbance. Luce, who was closest, immediately flew towards the tower, her silver wings cutting through the darkness of the night. The other fairies scattered around the castle, trying to wake the guards and alert the kings. Aurora reached a circular chamber at the top of a tower she didn't know. In the center of the room, illuminated by that eerie greenish light, was an ancient spinning wheel. Her fingers tingled with the desire to touch the gleaming spindle, while her mind fought against the enchantment. "Come, dear," whispered Maleficent's voice, materialized from the shadows. "Don't fight your destiny. Some stories have to take their course." The princess hesitated, the lessons of courage from her fairy godmothers and Philip's love fighting against the dark magic that clouded her thoughts. "You can't force me," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Maleficent laughed a cold sound that echoed off the stone walls. "I don't need to force you, my dear. The curiosity in your heart will do it for me. Don't you want to know what the spindle chimes sound like? Don't you want to find out if your gardener prince really loves you enough to break the curse?" Just then, Philip reached one of the chamber's windows. His heart froze as he saw Aurora slowly approaching the spinning wheel. "Aurora," he shouted, his voice cutting through the magic-laden air. The princess blinked, the sound of her beloved voice temporarily breaking the spell. But Maleficent was ready. With a gesture of her staff, she created a magical barrier that prevented Philip from entering the chamber. "Watch, young fool," teased the evil fairy, "as destiny is fulfilled." Luce arrived just then, her silver magic colliding with Maleficent's green barrier. The two spells intertwined in a light show as Aurora continued her slow walk towards the rock. "Aurora, remember who you are," shouted Luce, maintaining her magical attack. "Remember the love in your heart." The princess stopped her fingers, inches from the spindle. For a moment, images flooded her mind. Philip teaching her the song in the abandoned tower, her mother telling stories of courage, the fairies sharing their gentle magic. Maleficent, realizing that she was losing control, intensified her spell. "Touch him," she commanded, her voice charged with power. "Complete your destiny." At that crucial moment, Philip managed to find a gap in the magical barrier. Throwing himself through it, he ran towards Aurora. His fingers almost reached hers, but it was too late. The princess's finger touched the tip of the spindle, and a single drop of blood fell to the stone floor. Aurora staggered, her eyes meeting Philip's one last time before she fell. He caught her before she hit the ground, holding her in his arms as silent tears streamed down her face. Maleficent laughed triumphantly, her body turning into green flames that danced through the chamber. The curse is complete, she declared, disappearing in a burst of emerald light. The whole castle seemed to sigh. As Aurora closed her eyes, falling into her enchanted sleep, flowers began to sprout from the stones on the floor, covering the chamber with their wild beauty. The 12 good fairies arrived one by one, their faces marked by sadness and determination. All is not lost, said Luce, approaching Philip, who still held Aurora in his arms. If your love is true, you can break the curse. Philip gazed into the serene face of his beloved, remembering every moment they had shared in the abandoned tower, every smile, every sweet word. Leaning in gently, he pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss filled with all the love he held in his heart. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Then slowly, a golden light began to emanate from Aurora's chest, spreading throughout her body. Her eyelids fluttered and finally opened, revealing those blue eyes that Philip loved so much. You've come, she whispered, smiling. The castle erupted in celebration. King Stephen and Queen Beatrice, who had just arrived in the chamber, rushed to embrace their daughter. The fairies danced in the air, their colorful magic creating a light show that rivaled the sunrise. And so true love proved stronger than the most powerful of curses. Aurora and Philip were married in a magnificent ceremony where the 12 good fairies served as godmothers. The kingdom of Aurora entered a new era of peace and prosperity, where the magic of true love continued to protect its inhabitants for many generations. As for Maleficent, it is said that she still wanders the shadows of the kingdom, bitter and lonely, a reminder that hatred and revenge can never triumph over the power of true love. The Cerro Tololo National Observatory, nestled in the Chilean mountains, had been Dr. Helena Santos's temporary home for nearly 3 years. On that particular night, while the other astronomers had retired, she remained glued to the telescope, her brown eyes fixed on the images forming on the computer screen. Something was different in the night sky, something she had never seen before in her 15-year career. That doesn't make sense, she muttered to herself, adjusting her thin-rimmed glasses as she typed furiously on her keyboard. The data it collected showed an unusual pattern of movement between Mars and Jupiter, an anomaly that seemed to snake through the void of space like a cosmic snake. Helena was known for her obstinacy. At the age of 38, he had already published several revolutionary articles on astronomical anomalies, but nothing compared to what he was witnessing. The phenomenon seemed to intensify as the total solar eclipse, scheduled for 3 days from now, approached. A soft sound of footsteps echoed through the observatory corridor. Still awake, Helena? The deep, familiar voice belonged to Dr. Marcus Chen, his longtime colleague and friend. He approached, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and handed one of them to Helena. Marcus, you need to see this, she said, without looking up from the screen. I'm tracking something different. It doesn't look like anything we've documented before. Marcus leaned over the monitor, his Asian eyes narrowing as he analyzed the data. As an expert in celestial mechanics, he was the perfect person to confirm Helena's suspicions. That's interesting. It looks like some kind of gravitational distortion, But the pattern is too regular to be natural. Helena opened a new window on her computer, revealing a series of old images she had been researching. "Look at this," she said, pointing to Egyptian hieroglyphics that showed a giant serpent snaking among celestial symbols. It's Apophis, the serpent of chaos in Egyptian mythology. The pattern we're observing is virtually identical. Marcus frowned, ever the skeptic. "Helena, you know we can't mix mythology with science. There must be a rational explanation for this." But Helena was already immersed in her research, browsing pages of old texts that she had translated in recent weeks. The Egyptians believed that Apophis would attempt to destroy Ra, the sun god, during a total eclipse. And now, just as we are about to witness one of the rarest eclipses in recent centuries, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. It was a text message from his former teacher and mentor, Dr. Fatima al-Rahman, a renowned Egyptologist at Cairo University. "Helena, we need to talk. It's urgent. Something is happening in the ancient temples." Helena showed the message to Marcus, who sighed deeply. "You're not really considering there's a connection, are you?" "Marcus, in all my years studying the cosmos, I've learned that the universe is much more mysterious than we realize," Helena replied, beginning to gather her equipment. "We can't just ignore patterns, just because they don't fit into our current understanding of reality." While organizing her data, Helena received a video call from Fatima. The Egyptologist's wrinkled face seemed tense, her dark eyes filled with concern. "Helena, my dear, the hieroglyphs in Edfu Temple, they are glowing, and it is no trick of light or optical illusion. It began exactly when your astronomical phenomenon was detected." Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. The temple of Edfu was dedicated to Horus, the falcon god who, according to mythology, helped Ra in his daily battle against Apophis. "Fatima, do you think—" "I don't know what to think, dear. But the ancient prophecies spoke of signs in the heavens and the earth before the final confrontation. And with the eclipse approaching—" Fatima hesitated, as if weighing her next words. "I think you need to come to Egypt. Immediately." Marcus, who had overheard the conversation, placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. "You're not really thinking about going, are you? We have the eclipse to observe here. Your projects, your responsibilities." Helena looked at the data on her screen, at the cosmic serpent dancing between the planets, and then at Fatima's worried face on the video call. His scientific mind fought the intuition that told him something extraordinary was happening. "Marcus, sometimes we need to take unexpected paths to find answers," she said, starting to turn off her equipment. "I'm going to Egypt. If there really is a connection between this astronomical phenomenon and the ancient prophecies, I need to find out." "Then I'll go with you," Marcus declared, surprising himself and Helena. Someone needs to keep their feet on the ground in science. As they prepared their hasty departure, Helena couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to dive into something much bigger than a simple astronomical anomaly. The snaking pattern in the sky, the glowing hieroglyphs, the impending eclipse, it all seemed part of a cosmic puzzle she was barely beginning to understand. On his computer, the last images captured of the phenomenon showed the serpent moving more quickly, as if it were gaining strength. And somewhere in the Egyptian desert, ancient symbols began to awaken, telling a story that spanned millennia, connecting the mysteries of the past with the enigmas of the present. Helena knew she was about to embark on the most important journey of her life, a quest that could revolutionize not only her understanding of the universe, but also the history of humanity itself. What she didn't yet know was that time was running out, and that the fate of much more than her scientific career could depend on what she discovered in the coming days. The flight to Cairo seemed endless. Helena spent every minute switching between her astronomical data on her laptop and ancient translations of Egyptian texts that Fatima had shared. Beside him, Marcus slept restlessly, occasionally muttering about statistical coincidences in his sleep. Look at this, Helena whispered to herself. Enlarging one of the images on her computer, the snaking pattern he had detected was moving more quickly now, and its trajectory appeared to converge directly with the line of the predicted solar eclipse. A flight attendant approached, offering water. Ma'am, you will need to turn off your computer for landing, he informed gently. Helena nodded, saving her files. As the plane descended over Cairo, the dawn light painted the sky with shades of pink and orange, creating a spectacle reminiscent of ancient descriptions of Ra's solar boat. At the airport, Fatima was waiting for them, her face marked by anxiety and sleepless nights. He hugged Helena warmly and greeted Marcus with a respectful wave. Come, we don't have much time. The demonstrations at the temples are intensifying. During the drive to Edfu, Fatima explained that other ancient temples had begun to exhibit similar phenomena. The hieroglyphs don't just glow, Helena. They seem to change, as if they're telling a story in real time. Marcus, who had remained skeptical until then, frowned. Physical changes to the hieroglyphics? That's impossible. There must be some rational explanation, perhaps some kind of chemical reaction. See for yourself, Fatima replied, showing a video on her cell phone. In the images, ancient symbols pulsed with a bluish light, their shapes subtly shifting like a hypnotic dance. Helena connected her laptop to the car's Wi-Fi, checking the latest updates from her colleagues at the observatory. The phenomenon continues to expand, she reported. And get this, gravitational perturbations are affecting the orbits of small asteroids in the main belt, like a cosmic snake swallowing its prey. Fatima murmured, her eyes fixed on the road. Just as the ancient prophecies described, the rest of the trip was filled with intense discussions about Egyptian mythology and its possible connections to astronomical phenomena. Marcus continued to argue for scientific explanations, but even his voice began to carry a tone of doubt. They arrived at Edfu Temple at dusk. The place, normally full of tourists, was closed to the public. Only a few archaeologists and researchers were allowed inside, all observing the hieroglyphics with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. This way, Fatima led them through the ancient corridors. The air inside the temple was charged, as if a storm was approaching. Helena felt her hair stand on end when they reached the main chamber. The hieroglyphics on the walls pulsed with a light of their own, creating patterns that moved like waves across the ancient stone. Marcus immediately began photographing and filming, while Helena moved closer to examine the symbols more closely. "This is extraordinary," she whispered, her fingers hovering over the luminous inscriptions. "The pattern of movement is identical to what we observe in space." A young Egyptian archaeologist approached, carrying ancient scrolls. "Dr. Al-Rahman, we found more texts in the underground chambers. They speak of a specific alignment, a time when the barriers between the realms would become tenuous." Fatima examined the parchments urgently. "Helena, this mentions a portal, a path between the stars that would open during the eclipse. The ancients believed this was when Apophis would make his final push against Ra." "But that's mythology," Marcus protested, though his voice betrayed uncertainty. "We cannot base scientific conclusions on ancient tales. What if they're not just short stories?" Helena questioned, her mind quickly connecting dots. "What if our ancestors were trying to warn us about something that only happens at very long intervals, something they witnessed and tried to document as best they could?" A sudden tremor shook the temple, causing everyone to balance. The lights in the hieroglyphics intensified, and for a moment, Helena swore she saw the figures move like an ancient animation, telling a story of battle in the heavens. "We need to correlate this data with my astronomical observations," she declared, already preparing her equipment. "If there really is a connection between the celestial phenomenon and these events, we need to understand it before the eclipse happens." Fatima nodded, quickly organizing a makeshift work area. "I have more translations on my laptop, texts that talk about specific signs that would precede Apophis's return." As they worked, Marcus continued to document the changes in the hieroglyphs, his scientific curiosity finally overcoming his skepticism. "The changes appear to follow a mathematical pattern," he noted, "as if they responded to some kind of external force." As the night progressed, the group delved deeper and deeper into the mystery. Helena alternated between astronomical analyses and studies of ancient texts, discovering correlations that defied conventional logic. The serpent in space continued its cosmic dance, approaching Earth in a trajectory that would coincide exactly with the moment of the eclipse. "Time is running out," Fatima murmured, watching the latest translations. "If the prophecies are correct, we have less than 48 hours before the portal opens." Helena looked up at the sky through an ancient opening in the temple's ceiling. The stars looked different from there, as if they were closer, more watchful. Somewhere among them, an ancient force moved, awakened from its millennial slumber, preparing for a confrontation that had been prophesied on the walls of that very temple thousands of years ago. What had begun as an astronomical anomaly was quickly transforming into something much larger, something that challenged modern understanding of the universe. And at the center of it all, an astronomer, an Egyptologist, and a skeptic found themselves in a race against time to decipher a mystery that could have consequences beyond their imagination. The night wore on at the Temple of Edfu as Helena, Marcus, and Fatima worked tirelessly to decipher the mysteries unfolding before them. The hieroglyphs continued their luminous dance on the ancient walls, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. "I found something," Helena exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. "The data shows that the spatial anomaly is creating a kind of gravitational field of its own something I've never seen before. It's as if it's conscious. Marcus momentarily abandoned his photographic documentation of the hieroglyphs to examine Helena's findings. This defies every law of physics we know, he admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. How can something have such directed behavior? Fatima approached with more ancient parchments, her eyes shining with urgency. The texts mention that Apophis was not just a serpent, but a manifestation of primordial chaos. The ancient Egyptians believed he possessed consciousness and purpose. A new tremor shook the temple, stronger than the previous one. Small particles of ancient dust danced in the air, illuminated by the unearthly light of the hieroglyphics. Helena noticed that the vibrations seemed synchronized with the pulsations of the symbols on the walls. We need more data, declared Helena, beginning to establish a satellite connection with the observatory in Chile. If we could correlate the gravitational disturbances with the manifestations here in the temple, his work was interrupted by screams coming from the lower chambers. The young Egyptian archaeologist came running, his face pale with astonishment. You need to see this. The underground chamber. It's changing. The group quickly descended the ancient steps, their flashlights lighting the way through narrow corridors. The temperature dropped drastically as they went deeper into the temple. When they reached the chamber in question, everyone stopped, astonished. The walls of the underground chamber were covered in hieroglyphics that moved like liquid mercury, forming and reforming complex patterns. In the center of the ceiling, a particular symbol shined most brightly, the representation of Apophis swallowing the sun. That's impossible, Marcus muttered, his skepticism finally giving way to the evidence before his eyes. He pulled a radiation meter from his backpack and began taking readings. The energy levels here are off the charts. Helena connected her laptop to several sensors they had brought, starting to collect data. Gravitational perturbations are intensifying, she observed, her fingers flying over the keyboard. And look at this. There's a direct correlation between the energy spikes here and the anomalies I've detected in space. Fatima was absorbed in a series of particular inscriptions that seemed older than the others. This talks about a ritual, she translated out loud. Something the ancient priests performed to strengthen barriers during times of danger. A ritual? Marcus questioned, still trying to maintain some sense of scientific rationality. How could a ritual affect astronomical phenomena? Maybe it's not the ritual itself, Helena pondered, an idea beginning to form in her mind. What if the ancient Egyptians had discovered a way to manipulate energy fields that we don't yet understand? What if the mathematics behind their rituals had a practical purpose? As they argued, the lights in the hieroglyphs began to pulse more rapidly, and the air in the chamber grew even colder. Helena felt increasing pressure in her ears, as if they were rapidly descending in altitude. The texts mention a specific alignment, Fatima continued, her hands shaking slightly as she unrolled yet another ancient scroll, not just from celestial bodies, but from points of power on earth. The Temple of Edfu was built at one of these points. Helena began overlaying old maps with her astronomical analyses on her computer. If we trace the trajectory of the spatial anomaly and project it onto these power points, she trailed off, her eyes widening. My God, they line up perfectly. Marcus walked over to see the results, his expression changing from skepticism to astonishment. This can't be a coincidence. The mathematical precision is perfect. A new tremor, more violent than the previous ones, shook the camera. Small stones began to fall from the ceiling, and the glow of the hieroglyphics intensified to the point of being almost blinding. "We need to evacuate," Marcus shouted, but Helena was already deep in her calculations, an expression of intense concentration on her face. "No, wait," she exclaimed. "The patterns, they're showing us something, a sequence, like a code." Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she tried to decipher what she saw. "It's as if the temple itself is trying to tell us something." Fatima quickly joined Helena, her eyes switching between the moving hieroglyphs and the ancient translations. The symbols, they're forming words I haven't seen before, a language older than ancient Egyptian itself. The temperature continued to drop, and their breaths now formed small clouds in the air. Marcus's radiation meter began to emit a high-pitched alarm sound, its sensors overwhelmed by the energy levels in the chamber. "Helena," Marcus called, his voice tense. "We need to get out of here. Whatever is going on is escalating very quickly." But Helena barely heard him, completely absorbed in the patterns that were unfolding before her. "It's all connected," she murmured. "The eclipse, the power points, the spatial anomaly are not separate events. It's all part of a larger cycle, something the ancient Egyptians predicted and tried to warn us about." The sound of shattering stones echoed through the chamber, and thin cracks began to form on the walls. Bright hieroglyphs seemed to flow through these cracks like veins of light, connecting into increasingly complex patterns. "We have less than 24 hours until the eclipse," Fatima reminded, her voice thick with urgency. "If we don't figure out how to interpret these signals before then—" She didn't need to complete the sentence. Everyone there could feel that they were on the brink of something monumental, an event that could forever change not only their understanding of the universe, but perhaps the very destiny of humanity. The moment the chamber's ceiling began to collapse, Marcus grabbed Helena and Fatima by the arms, pulling them towards the exit. The trio ran through the ancient corridors as rocks fell around them, the unearthly glow of the hieroglyphs lighting their way like a beacon in the darkness. "The equipment!" Helena shouted, trying to go back. "Leave them," Marcus replied firmly. "We can recover them after the structure stabilizes." When they finally emerged into the night air, panting and covered in ancient dust, they saw that the sky had changed dramatically. An aurora borealis danced over the Egyptian desert, a completely impossible phenomenon at that latitude. "Gravitational disturbances are affecting Earth's magnetic field," Helena murmured, her eyes fixed on the curtains of light rippling above. "It's starting." Fatima quickly set up a makeshift workspace on the temple steps, laying out scrolls and connecting her laptop to a portable generator. "The texts mention signs like this," she said, quickly flipping through her notes. "Lights in the sky, tremors in the earth, sacred symbols coming to life." Marcus, who had rushed back to retrieve some essential equipment, returned with Helena's laptop and her measuring instruments. "The readings are getting more intense," he reported, quickly configuring the sensors. "Whatever is happening is accelerating." Helena immediately dove into her data. correlating the new information with her previous observations. The space snake, its trajectory has changed. It's moving more quickly now, as if it's responding to events here on Earth. A group of local archaeologists and researchers gathered around them, all watching with a mixture of fascination and terror as the lights in the sky intensified. The wind began to pick up, bringing with it a low, resonant sound, like a distant hums. "We need to understand the ritual," Fatima declared, spreading out more parchment. "The ancients would not have left these instructions if they were not important." Helena nodded, dividing her attention between the astronomical data and the ancient translations. "The ritual seems to involve some kind of harmonization," she observed, as if they were trying to attune the temple's energies to something greater. "Energy?" Marcus questioned, although his usual tone of skepticism had been replaced by urgent curiosity. "Are you suggesting they had technology to manipulate force fields?" "Technology might not be the right word," Helena replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she created new simulation models. "But knowledge? Definitely. Look at this." She turned her laptop to show a three-dimensional graph where the temple's energy lines overlapped perfectly with the patterns of the spatial anomaly. They understood something about the fundamental structure of the universe that we have only begun to rediscover. A new tremor shook the ground, and more lights began to emanate from the temple entrances. The buzzing in the air intensified, making everyone need to raise their voices to be heard. "The texts talk about a chant," Fatima continued, her eyes quickly scanning the ancient inscriptions. "A specific sequence of sounds that, when combined with certain movements, could open a channel of communication." "Communication with what?" Marcus asked, although something in his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. "With whatever is coming," Helena replied softly, her eyes fixed on the dancing lights in the sky. The ancient Egyptians weren't just trying to warn us about Apophis. They were giving us tools to confront him. One of the local archaeologists, an elderly man with decades of experience in ancient sites, approached with an object wrapped in cloth. "We found this in the excavations a few months ago," he said, unfolding the package to reveal a ceremonial sistrum, a sacred musical instrument of the ancient Egyptians. It started vibrating today, for the first time in thousands of years. Helena took the instrument carefully, feeling it hum softly in her hands. When she moved it, the small metal plates inside it produced a sound that seemed to resonate with you, the hum in the air. "The mathematical patterns in hieroglyphics," she murmured, an idea beginning to form. "They're not just instructions. They're sheet music, music designed to interact with specific frequencies in the universe." Fatima quickly began translating more texts, confirming Helena's theory. "Yes, the priests used a combination of sounds and movements to strengthen the barriers between the worlds. It was a protective ritual, but based on principles that we could call scientific." "We have less than 12 hours until the eclipse," Marcus reminded him, checking his instruments. "And by my calculations, the spatial anomaly will intersect the eclipse line exactly over this location." Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the scrolls scattered around her, and at the lights that danced in the night sky. Everything was connected, part of an ancient puzzle they needed to solve before it was too late. We need to rebuild the ritual, she declared, her voice steady despite the growing chaos around her. Not just the words and the movements, but the mathematics behind it. If the ancient Egyptians found a way to influence these cosmic forces, we can do the same. The wind picked up even more, bringing with it grains of sand that shone strangely under the aureole lights. Time was running out, and in deep space, an ancient and terrible force snaked toward Earth. Its arrival timed to coincide with the exact moment of the eclipse. Somewhere above them, among the stars that now seemed to pulse with a light of their own, something watched and waited. The confrontation prophesied millennia ago was about to begin, and the fate of the world could depend on a modern astronomer's ability to decipher and implement an ancient ritual before it was too late. The sun was beginning to rise over the Egyptian horizon when Helena finally finished deciphering the mathematical patterns in the hieroglyphics. Her hands shook slightly as she held the ancient sistrum, now decorated with symbols that she and Fatima had carefully transcribed from sacred texts. It's a Fibonacci sequence, she explained to the others, who had formed a circle around her. The ancients encoded the harmonic frequencies of the universe in their rituals. Each movement, each note, corresponds to a specific vibration in the fabric of space-time. Marcus, who had spent the last few hours calibrating his measuring instruments, approached with new readings. The spatial anomaly is less than 3 hours away, he reported, his voice tense, and the eclipse will begin in approximately 4 hours. Fatima continued furiously translating the latest texts, her eyes red with exhaustion. The ritual must begin before the moon's shadow touches the earth, she warned. Once the eclipse begins, it will be too late. The sky above them had transformed into a surreal spectacle. The aurora borealis now pulsed in shades of red and gold, and through its luminous curtains, it was possible to see distortions in the very fabric of space, as if something massive was bending reality. We need more systrums, Helena declared, examining the old instructions. The ritual requires a minimum of 7 performers, each tuned to a different frequency. Local archaeologists quickly mobilized, bringing in ancient instruments that had been preserved in nearby museums. Each sistrum was carefully marked with the appropriate symbols, following the instructions that Helena had decoded. What if it doesn't work? Marcus asked softly, helping Helena organize the participants into a perfect heptagon. What if they're all wrong about this? Helena looked up at the sky, where the cosmic serpent was now visible even to the naked eye, an undulating distortion that seemed to swallow the stars in its path. Then at least we will have tried, she replied. Sometimes, Marcus, science means having faith in the impossible. Fatima distributed the papyri with the ancient words of power, quickly teaching the correct pronunciation to the participants. The ritual must be precise, she emphasized. Every syllable, every movement, every note, everything must be in perfect harmony. The wind picked up dramatically, bringing with it a sound that resembled a distant wail. The lights in the temple intensified, and the hieroglyphics on the walls began to pulse in sync with their heartbeats. It's time, Helena announced, taking her place in the heptagon. She could feel the sistrum vibrating in her hands, responding to the energies that permeated the air. The ritual began with a soft, almost imperceptible sound, 7 sistrums moving in precise patterns, creating harmonies that had not been heard on earth for millennia. The ancient words flowed from their mouths like water, each syllable carrying power and purpose. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but gradually, as the ritual progressed, the air around them began to change. Marcus, watching through his instruments, saw the energy readings skyrocket to impossible levels. "It's working," he shouted over the howling wind. "The frequencies are aligning." Helena barely heard him, completely immersed in the ritual. Through her half-closed eyes, she could see patterns of light forming in the air, webs of energy that connected the ritual participants to each other and to the temple itself. In the sky, the spatial anomaly seemed to hesitate in its approach. The cosmic serpent writhed as if encountering resistance, its gravitational distortions encountering a new type of force that opposed its advance. The sun was beginning to be obscured by the moon when the ritual reached its climax. The 7 sistrums now sounded as a single note, a frequency that resonated with the very core of the earth. The ancient words had turned into a chant that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Helena felt something change inside her. It was as if his consciousness expanded, touching something vast and ancient. For a moment, she understood what the Egyptians really meant by their mythology. Apophis was not just a serpent, but a fundamental force in the universe, the primordial chaos that always threatened to engulf order. And now, through this ancient ritual, they were reinforcing the very barriers of the cosmos, using mathematics and sound to strengthen the fabric of reality. The total eclipse has finally begun, plunging the desert into unearthly darkness. But instead of complete darkness, the air around the temple glowed with its own light, a ritually generated force field that stretched all the way to the sky. The spatial anomaly, now clearly visible, like a serpent of darkness against the eclipsed sky, encountered this barrier of light. For a tense moment, it seemed as if the force of chaos might win, its gravitational distortions threatening to tear apart space itself. But the ritual continued. 7 voices joined in perfect harmony, 7 sistrums dancing in precise mathematical patterns. The light barrier pulsed stronger, and slowly, inexorably, the serpent began to retreat. It was Marcus who first noticed the change in his instruments. "Gravitational perturbations are decreasing," he shouted. "Whatever you guys are doing, it's pushing the thing back into space." Helena could hardly believe what her eyes were seeing. The force that threatened to engulf their world was being repelled by something as simple and as complex as music and mathematics. Just as the ancient Egyptians had predicted, the eclipse began to pass, light gradually returning to the desert. As the sun re-emerged, the spatial anomaly disappeared into the depths of the cosmos, leaving only a clear sky and an exhausted but triumphant group of people. The ritual ended naturally, the sistrums falling silent one by one until only the gentle desert wind could be heard. Helena lowered her instrument with shaking hands, barely able to believe what they had just accomplished. "We did it," Fatima whispered, tears of joy and relief running down her wrinkled face. After all these millennia, the ritual still worked. Marcus was busy checking his instruments one last time, an incredulous smile on his face. I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to explain this scientifically, he admitted. Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the ancient temple that had kept this secret for so long, and at the sky that now seemed closer and more mysterious than ever. Maybe some things don't need to be explained, she said softly. Perhaps it is enough to know that our ancestors understood more about the universe than we realized, and that their wisdom can still save us today. And as the sun shone over the Egyptian desert, Helena knew that her understanding of the cosmos had changed forever. The line between science and magic, between past and present, between order and chaos, was thinner than anyone had imagined, and somewhere in the stars, an ancient force waited, knowing that humanity still held the secrets to maintaining the balance of the universe. Night fell heavily on the road that snaked between the hills of the interior of Sao Paulo. Miguel adjusted the rearview mirror, trying to improve visibility through the windshield, which had been battered by the torrential rain. The headlights of his '89 Chevette could barely cut through the darkness that grew thicker with every kilometer. As an app driver for 3 years, he was used to the nighttime weather, but this particular night had something different about it, a dense atmosphere that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The radio buzzed, alternating between static and fragmented snippets of old songs. Miguel tried to tune in to a station, but gave up after a few unsuccessful attempts. The silence inside the car was broken only by the monotonous noise of the windshield wipers and the drumming of the rain on the metal roof. His thoughts wandered between overdue bills and worrying about his sick mother, reasons that made him accept late-night races, even in adverse weather conditions like that. He was returning from a run in a remote area when his eyes caught sight of a white figure on the side of the road. At first, he thought it was just a reflection of the rain in the headlights, but as he got closer, the silhouette became more defined. It was a young woman, dressed entirely in white, in a long, old-fashioned dress that seemed inappropriate for the storm. Her raised arm signaled for a ride. Miguel hesitated for a moment. His rational mind told him to keep going. After all, stopping for strangers on a deserted road in the middle of the night was a recipe for trouble. But something deep inside him compelled him to stop. Perhaps it was the girl's helpless expression, or perhaps the thought that it could be his own sister in that situation. He braked gently, pulling the car over onto the muddy shoulder. The young woman climbed into the back seat with an ethereal grace, her movements as silent as a breeze. Miguel noticed through the rearview mirror that she appeared to be around 20, with delicate features and very pale skin. Her long black hair was inexplicably dry, despite the torrential rain. "Good evening, ma'am. Where are you going?" Miguel asked, trying to maintain a professional tone, although a strange feeling was beginning to form in his stomach. The answer came in an almost inaudible whisper. "Rua das Margaridas, 237, Villa Santo Antonio." His voice had a distant quality, as if it came from very far away. Miguel knew the address. It was in an old district of the city, about 40 minutes away. He turned on the meter out of habit, although something told him that this would be no ordinary ride. The silence that followed was dense, almost palpable. He tried to strike up a conversation a few times, but the passenger would only respond with monosyllables when she answered at all. As he drove, Miguel began to notice disturbing details. The seat where the girl was sitting showed no sign of dampness, despite the torrential rain outside. Through the rearview mirror, his attempts to observe her were thwarted by a kind of mist that seemed to envelop her figure. The temperature inside the car had dropped considerably, to the point where her breath formed small clouds of condensation. The deserted streets of the city looked different that night, as if they had been transported to another era. The old houses of Villa Santo Antonio, with their Art Deco facades and manicured gardens, emanated a melancholy aura under the yellowish light of the street lamps. The rain had subsided to a fine, persistent drizzle. As he approached number 237, Miguel felt a shiver run down his spine. The house was an old but well-kept building, with a front garden full of daisies, unusual for that time of year. A yellowish light shone through the lacy curtains in the living room, suggesting that someone was awake at that late hour. "We're here, ma'am," announced Miguel, turning to the back seat. The words died in his throat when he realized he was alone in the car. The seat was completely dry, with no sign that anyone had been there moments before. His heart raced, and a wave of icy dread ran through his body. With trembling hands, Miguel turned off the car and spent a few minutes trying to process what had happened. His rational mind searched for logical explanations, but nothing made sense. Driven by a curiosity that overcame his fear, he decided to knock on the door of the house. He needed to understand. He needed answers that would make sense of that surreal night. As he walked along the stone path in the garden, he noticed that the daisies seemed to glow supernaturally in the moonlight that was now breaking through the clouds. The sound of his footsteps on the wet gravel echoed eerily in the silence of the night. His hand hesitated for a moment before ringing the ancient bronze bell. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated through the house, and a few moments later, footsteps approached the door. Miguel felt his heart speed up even more when the door opened, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a tired but kind expression. Next to him, an equally elderly woman looked at him with curious and apprehensive eyes. At that moment, Miguel didn't know that he was about to discover a story that would change his life forever. A story of love, loss, and mysteries that transcended human understanding. What had begun as just another night at work would turn into a journey that would force him to question everything he believed about reality and the supernatural. "Good evening. Sorry to bother you so late," Miguel began, his voice betraying his nervousness. "I'm an app driver and, well, I've just brought a young woman to this address, but she—" His voice faltered, unsure of how to explain something he didn't even understand. The elderly couple exchanged a meaningful glance, as if those words were awakening long-held memories. The lady stepped forward, her eyes watering with sudden tears. "Please come in," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I think we need to talk." Miguel was led into a living room that seemed frozen in time. Old, well-preserved furniture, black and white photos on the walls, and a pendulum clock that ticked solemnly. The man, who introduced himself as Alberto, indicated an armchair for Miguel to sit in. while his wife, Donna Clara, went to prepare some tea. How was she dressed? Asked Alberto, his voice carrying a weight that Miguel couldn't fully understand. A long, white dress. It looked old, Miguel replied, noticing how the gentleman's hands were trembling slightly. She had long, black hair and very pale skin. Donna Clara returned with a tray of tea, silent tears streaming down her wrinkled face. In her trembling hands, she held a picture frame, which she handed to Miguel. The photograph showed exactly the same young woman who had been in his car moments before, smiling next to an old car wearing the same white dress. Was our daughter, Helena, said Doña Clara, taking a seat next to her husband. She died exactly 40 years ago, on that same road where you found her today. Miguel felt a shiver run down his spine as the elderly people began to tell the story. Helena was a young teacher, adored by her students and known for her kindness. On that fateful night in 1983, she was returning from a graduation party for her students when her car broke down during a storm similar to the one that night. She tried to get help in the rain, Alberto continued, his voice breaking. A truck. The driver said he didn't see her in time. He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. Since then, especially on nights of heavy rain, we've had visitors like you, drivers who find you in the same place, trying to get home. Miguel listened attentively, his cup of tea forgotten in his hands. The supernatural stories his grandmother used to tell him as a child seemed to take on a new dimension of reality. But why does she keep coming back? Mrs. Clara stood up and walked over to a bookcase, returning with a carved wooden box. Inside were letters, photos, and a diary. Helena was engaged, she explained, showing a photo of a smiling young man in military uniform. Carlos left to serve abroad a week before the accident. She never received his last letter. The letter in question, yellowed by time but carefully preserved, was still unopened. Carlos never heard about Helena's accident. He himself died on duty a few weeks later. The double tragedy had devastated both families. We believe she's still looking for a way home because there's something unfinished, said Alberto, looking thoughtfully at the photos. Each person who brings her here is like an attempt to complete her last journey. Miguel noticed that his hands had stopped shaking. The initial fear had been replaced by a deep melancholy and compassion. His grandmother's stories about lost souls had taken on a new meaning. They weren't just tales to scare children, but reflections of real pain, of broken loves and goodbyes that never happened. The pendulum clock struck 3, making Michael realize how much time had passed. The rain outside had stopped completely, leaving only the silence of dawn. Donna Clara insisted on showing more photos of Helena, her training, her first days as a teacher, happy times with Carlos. Have you tried opening the letter? Asked Miguel, looking at the sealed envelope on the table. We didn't have the courage, replied Donna Clara. We always felt it wasn't our right. It belongs to Helena. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew through the room, making the curtains dance slightly, even though all the windows were closed. The picture frame with Helena's photo trembled on the table, and for a moment, Miguel could have sworn he felt that same chill he had experienced in the car. She's here, whispered Donna Clara, her hands clasping her husband's. She always comes back when we talk about her. Miguel watched in fascination as the photos on the table moved slightly, as if someone invisible was watching them. The envelope of the unopened letter shook, sliding a few centimeters across the polished surface of the table. It was as if the very air in the room had become denser, charged with a presence that could not be seen, but could be felt by everyone present. The atmosphere in the old room became even denser when the letter began to move on its own. Miguel, Alberto, and Dona Clara watched in reverential silence as the envelope slowly slid across the table, stopping near the edge. Helena's invisible presence was almost tangible in the air. Maybe, Miguel began hesitantly, maybe it's time to open the letter. If Helena is here. He didn't complete the sentence, but everyone understood the implicit meaning. Dona Clara looked at her husband, who nodded slightly. With trembling hands, she picked up the yellowed envelope. Helena, my child. Her voice was soft, motherly. If you're here, give us a sign if we should open it. The curtains swung tighter, and one of the photos on the table fell, revealing a picture of Helena and Carlos together, smiling in front of the school where she taught. The signal seemed clear, taking extreme care not to damage the envelope that had been preserved for 4 decades. Dona Clara opened the letter. The paper was surprisingly well preserved, Carlos's firm handwriting still legible after all these years. Miguel noticed that his own hands were sweating as the lady began to read aloud. My dear Helena, I hope this letter finds you well. The nights here are long and cold, but thinking of you warms my heart. I have news that I couldn't wait for. I got my transfer back. When this letter arrives, it will only be 2 weeks before we meet again. I can't stop thinking about our future together. The house we saw on Rua das Margaritas will be perfect. I can already imagine our children running around the garden while you grow your favorite flowers. I've saved every penny of my salary to put down the deposit. It will be our first great achievement together. The wedding ring I've chosen is with me, waiting for the moment to shine on your finger. I know we agreed to wait a little longer, but I can't put it off any longer. When I get back, I want us to get married right away. Life is too short to put off happiness. With all my love, Carlos. The silence that followed the reading was interrupted only by the muffled sound of Dona Clara's sobs. The temperature in the room dropped even more, and Miguel could see his own breath forming little clouds in the air. The photographs on the table began to shake more intensely. The house, Alberto said suddenly, his voice choked. This house. We bought it after the accident. It was their dream. Miguel looked around with new eyes, realizing that he was sitting in the house that should have been the young couple's happy home. The daisy garden outside, so well tended even after so many years, was a silent tribute to their lost daughter. A soft sound, like a distant sigh, echoed through the room. The curtains moved again, this time as if someone was walking through them. Miguel felt a presence pass through him, not a frightening chill, but a sense of deep melancholy. She had to know, whispered Doña Clara, clutching the letter to her chest. All these years, she kept coming back because she didn't know Carlos was coming back to her. Miguel remembered the young woman in her car, her silence, and her distant expression. Now he understood. It wasn't just a lost soul trying to get home. It was a bride waiting for her love to return, trapped in an eternal cycle of waiting. The pendulum clock began to play a soft melody, an old lullaby that filled the room with its melancholy notes. Alberto explained in a choked voice that it was Helena's favorite song, and that the clock had never chimed since the day of the accident. "I think she's saying goodbye," said Alberto, hugging his wife. "She's finally understood that Carlos has left too, that they can meet somewhere else." The photographs stopped shaking, and the temperature gradually began to normalize. The presence that had once been so palpable faded away, leaving behind only a faint scent of daisies in the air. Miguel stayed with the couple until dawn, listening to stories about Helena and Carlos, about their dreams and interrupted plans. When the first rays of sunlight began to penetrate through the windows, he realized that he had witnessed something extraordinary, not just an encounter with the supernatural, but a moment of resolution, of peace found after decades of waiting. Outside, the daisy garden glistened with the morning dew, each flower looking more alive and vibrant than before. Miguel was sure that Helena would never come back to hitchhike on rainy nights again. Her last journey was finally complete. In the days that followed that extraordinary night, Miguel couldn't stop thinking about Helena and her story. The encounter with the supernatural had changed something fundamental in his perspective on life and death. During his nightly runs, he often found himself looking through the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that ethereal figure in the white dress again. A week after the incident, Miguel decided to visit the house in Rua das Margaridas again. This time, he arrived during the day, carrying a small bouquet of fresh daisies. Donna Clara welcomed him with a warm smile, as if she had been expecting his return. The house looked different in the daylight, less mysterious, but still imbued with a peculiar serenity. "Since that night," began Donna Clara, as she served coffee in the same room where they had read the letter, "things have changed around here. It's as if a weight has been lifted." She paused, looking thoughtfully out of the window at the garden. "No other drivers have turned up reporting having found Helena." Miguel noticed that the old photographs were still on the table, but now they seemed to tell a different story, no longer one of sadness and waiting, but of love that transcended time. Alberto joined them, bringing a box of souvenirs that hadn't been shown the night before. "We found this yesterday," said Alberto, pulling out a notebook with a faded blue cover. "It's Helena's diary. We never had the courage to read it before, but now—" His voice faltered for a moment. "Now it feels right." The diary revealed a Helena very different from the silent apparition Miguel had encountered. The pages were full of dreams, plans, and little everyday joys. She wrote about her students with affection, about Carlos's letters with youthful love, and about the future she imagined in that same house where they were now. "Look at this," said Donna Clara, pointing to a particular entry. It was written the day before the accident. Helena's delicate handwriting filled the page. "Tomorrow is my little one's graduation. After the party, I'm going to go to church and light a candle, asking for protection for Carlos. He's only a few days away. I can already feel my heart beating faster, just thinking about it. The daisies in the garden of our future home look beautiful. I went there today. It will be the perfect place to start our life together." Miguel felt a lump in his throat. The young teacher had no idea that this would be her last day, that she would never achieve the dreams described in those pages. However, there was something beautiful and tragic about the fact that her spirit had chosen exactly that house, the symbol of her unfulfilled dreams, as the endpoint of her earthly journey. We found this too, Alberto said, pulling out a different yellowed envelope from Carlos's letter. It was a letter that Helena had started writing to him, but never finished. The interrupted words in the middle of the page were a silent testimony to interrupted plans. My love, I can't wait to tell you in person, but I can't keep this secret. I took a test today and the silence that followed was heavy. Mrs. Clara covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. Miguel understood the meaning of those unfinished words. Helena was pregnant when she died, taking with her not only her own dreams, but also a life that had barely begun. She never told anyone, whispered Dona Clara, her voice embittered. All these years, and we never knew. The daisy garden, visible through the window, seemed to shine with a different light in the afternoon sun. Miguel realized that those flowers weren't just a tribute to Helena's memory. They were a living testimony to dreams that, although interrupted, had never completely died. Alberto stood up slowly and walked over to an old record player in the corner of the room. Carefully, he put on a record, and a soft melody filled the room, the same music that the pendulum clock had played that night. It was the song they danced to when they got engaged, he explained. Helena said it would be the first song they danced to at their wedding. As the music played, Miguel noticed something extraordinary. The daisies in the garden seemed to move in a gentle dance, even though there was no wind. For a brief moment, he had the impression of seeing two translucent figures dancing among the flowers, one in a white dress and the other in military uniform. Did you see? He began, but stopped when he saw the serene smiles on the faces of the elderly couple. They had seen it too. It was no longer an apparition of sadness or farewell, but a glimpse of a love that had found its way into eternity. The days turned into weeks, and Miguel continued his regular visits to Helena's parents' house. Something inexplicable kept him connected to that story, to that family that fate had placed in his path. Afternoons spent with Alberto and Doña Clara became a comforting ritual, filled with stories of the past and a silent, shared understanding of things that exist beyond our comprehension. On one of these visits, while helping Dona Clara organize old photographs, Miguel found something interesting at the bottom of a dusty box, an old newspaper scrapbook. The yellowed headlines told not only about Helena's accident, but also about other similar stories over the years. Drivers reporting encounters with a mysterious woman in white on the same road. There were so many, said Dona Clara, running her fingers gently over the clippings. Each one brought a little piece of her back home. But you, Miguel, were different. You helped our daughter find peace. Miguel reflected on how that rainy night had changed his life. His night runs now carried a new meaning. Each passenger could have their own story, their own pain and undisclosed secrets. He had become more attentive, more compassionate, as if Helena had taught him a silent lesson about empathy and human connection. Alberto who was tending the garden, entered the room with some freshly picked daisies. "You know," he began, placing the flowers in a vase, "since that night, the daisies have never wilted. It's as if they're always in full bloom, no matter the season." The phenomenon of the eternally blooming daisies became a bit of a local mystery. Neighbors began to notice, and soon the story of the house on Rua das Daisidas began to circulate around town, not as a horror story about a ghost bride, but as a love story that transcended death itself. Miguel decided to do something special. With the help of other app drivers, he organized a small celebration in memory of Helena and Carlos. On a clear night with a full moon, exactly 1 month after their supernatural encounter, a group of people gathered in the garden of the house. Among them were Helena's former pupils, now elderly, who still had fond memories of their young teacher. Mrs. Clara brought Helena's diary and read some passages aloud. The young teacher's words, full of hope and love, echoed through the garden, lit by small lanterns. Alberto shared stories about how Helena and Carlos met, about their plans for the future, about the love that not even death could erase. During the impromptu ceremony, something extraordinary happened. The music playing on the old record player, the same one Helena and Carlos danced to at their engagement, began to sound clearer, more alive. The daisies in the garden seemed to pulsate with a light of their own, and a gentle breeze carried an intense scent of flowers. Everyone present felt it. It was no longer a melancholy or frightening presence, but something welcoming, like a warm farewell hug. Some swore they saw, for a brief moment, the reflection of a young couple dancing among the flowers, their translucent figures shining in the moonlight. Miguel watched as one of Helena's former students approached Dona Clara with an old box. "I found this among my mother's things," she said, moved. Inside was a photograph that nobody knew about. Helena smiling in front of her classroom, one hand discreetly resting on her belly, her secret kept in a radiant smile. The discovery of this last photograph brought a feeling of completeness. The circle was closing, not with sadness, but with acceptance and understanding. Helena and Carlos's story, although tragic, had touched and transformed countless lives over the decades. In the months that followed, Miguel continued his work as a driver, but something had fundamentally changed in his outlook. Every passenger who got into his car was a potential story. Every night root a possibility for meaningful encounters. The experience with Helena taught him that some connections transcend time and death itself. Alberto and Dona Clara transformed the house into a small memorial. One of the rooms was dedicated to telling the story of Helena and Carlos, with photographs, letters, and a carefully preserved diary. The Daisy Garden became a place of reflection and hope, where people came to find comfort and occasionally to share their own stories of love and loss. One quiet afternoon, while Miguel was helping to organize the memorial, Dona Clara handed him something special, the old wedding ring that Carlos had never had the chance to give Elena. "We want you to have this," she said softly. "You've become part of this story, part of our family." Miguel accepted the ring with reverence, understanding that it wasn't just an object, but a symbol of a story that would live on through the people who knew and shared it. The road where it all began was no longer a place of tragedy, but a meeting point between two worlds, where love proved stronger than death itself. The daisies continue to bloom eternally in the garden of House 237, and on full moon nights, passers-by can sometimes hear a soft melody, the music of two hearts that have finally found their way to each other, dancing eternally among the flowers that never wither.